Summary.
Jackson Foley, an ex-hitman, turned his life around when he left the business and opened up a protection agency. He and his longtime friend and partner, Steve Harris, took on protecting those who needed it. One day, Steve handed him a file for a new client. A stripper named Glitter wanted to hire them to protect her friend from an evil boss. At first, Jackson refused the job when he saw it was about his ex-wife. He had never gotten over her and changed his mind about taking on the case. It would prove to be the biggest case of his life, with all the danger associated with Milo Gingrich. After reading the file, he had to wonder what his ex had gotten herself into. Alexis Sanford's life went spiraling downhill after Jackson left her without any warning. After receiving divorce papers from a lawyer, she started drinking and doing drugs and ended up with the wrong type of man. She soon became a prisoner of Milo and endured physical and sexual assault on a daily basis.
Chapter 1. Jackson was sitting behind his desk when his partner of 5 years walked in, Steve Harris, a 30-year-old with blonde hair and a chubby build. But he was the best in the business. What he lacked in physical endurance, he accelerated in cunning and wit. "We've got a new case," Steve said, dropping a folder in front of Jackson. Picking the folder up and looking inside, Jackson felt the color draining from his face. "No, we're not taking this case," he said, closing the folder and handing it back to his partner. Steve was floored. Stunned was more like it. He had never known Jackson to ever turn down a case. "What the hell, Jackson? Why not?" he grumbled. Tossing the pen he was using, sat back in his chair and glared angrily at Steve. "I can't take this case because I would be distracted. If that happens, I wouldn't be able to do my job properly and a life could be lost." Steve flopped down into the chair across from Jackson. Picking up the file, he looked at the picture of the woman in question. "I know she's drop-dead gorgeous, but we've helped other beautiful women before, and you've never had a problem. What makes this one so different?" "She's my ex-wife," he stated flatly. Steve dropped the folder. The pages spewed all over the floor, her picture staring up at them. His mouth fell open. "Shit," he shrieked. "I've known you for years. You never once mentioned you were married." Jackson ran his hand through his jet black hair. "It was brief," he answered. "It only lasted 3 months. I was still on the wrong side of the law back then." Reaching into his desk, he pulled out a bottle of scotch and 2 glasses, pouring them both a drink. "She was 19, I was 24. We met in a bar and were married a week later." He took a long swallow of his drink. Steve held out his glass for another shot. "Christ, man, so what the hell happened?" Jackson stood up and going over to the window, he looked out. Their office was on the top floor of a high-rise building. The people below looked like ants as they rushed around, trying to get to wherever they had to be. Alexis was so young and naive. I never told her what I really did for a living. She thought I was a traveling salesman. "Were you in love with her?" Steve asked, swallowing the rest of his drink. He kept staring out the window when he answered. "Yes, very much so. She was the most beautiful and exciting woman I had ever met, despite her age." "So why did it end so quickly?" he asked. Jackson turned to look at Steve. "You better than anyone else know how dangerous our old lifestyle was. Being a hired killer, we were always a target ourselves. Being married to me would have put her in constant danger. I couldn't bear the thought of anything happening to her, so one night I walked out and never went back." Steve stood up and walked over to Jackson. "But you quit that way of life. Why didn't you go back?" "It was too late. She had moved on, married some loser. Besides, after the way I left, having divorce papers served to her, she must have hated me." "Jackson, that was years ago. Now she needs protection, and we are the best. If you want Vince and I can handle the job, that way you won't have to be involved." He laughed. "Vince? No, he has no experience to handle this type of work."
"I'll agree he's young, but he's learning. I'll leave her file with you, and if you change your mind, give me a call." Picking up the papers, Steve replaced them inside the folder. He set them on the desk and walked out.
Locking up for the night, Jackson picked up the file and tossed it into the wastebasket. As he was walking out the door, he stopped. Looking at the file, he went back over and, taking it out of the trash, shoved it in his briefcase. At home, he popped a TV dinner into the microwave, then removing his tie and jacket sat down, pulling out the file on Alexis. He looked around his lavish kitchen. With all the money he had made and invested, he was now a wealthy man, trading in his jeans and t-shirts for expensive tailor-made suits, and business was doing so well that he and Steve had to hire several men. His home was enormous, had a pool out back, a cleaning crew came in twice a week, and he had the state-of-the-art security system, the best money could buy. Though he was out of the hired assassin business, he still had to be careful. Being tall and fit, with broad shoulders, he had his share of women. But he always compared them to Alexis, and they never measured up to her. She was blonde, slender with a killer body, and a sweet gentleness about her that drew him to her. He met her in a bar one night after he had finished a job. She came in and sat next to him, twirling her finger through a strand of long blonde hair, smiled, and asked if he'd like to buy her a drink. He thought she was awfully cocky, the way she was flirting, but he kind of liked her spunk. So, grabbing a table, they sat and shared a bottle of wine, talking till closing time. He took her back to his apartment where they spent the night making love. After that, they were never apart and married 1 week later. But after getting a call for another big job, Jackson realized this life he was keeping from Alexis would eventually put her in danger. So he made the heart-wrenching decision to leave her. So as she lay asleep, he packed his bag and slipped out in the middle of the night. Opening the file, those old feelings he once had for her came rushing back. She looked the same, except the sparkle in her eyes was gone. They now looked vacant, sad. He read on. It said she was married to a Grant Emerson, divorcing him after only being married for 6 months. The file didn't say why the marriage ended.
She then went to work at a club called Paradise. It was a well-known club owned by a notorious gangster, Milo Gingrich, a ruthless and feared man who managed to escape the law on many of the charges that were brought against him. The witnesses either went missing or turned up dead.
Jackson was shocked to see a picture of Milo with his arm around Alexis. "Shit, Alexis, what have you gotten yourself into?" he asked himself. Picking up his phone, he dialed Steve's number. "Hey Steve, it's me. I'm going to handle this case personally. Meet me in our office first thing in the morning and see what all you can find out about Milo Gingrich, his people, the club, everything. Okay, bye." Chapter 2. So as planned, Jackson met with Steve in the morning. "Give me everything you got," he told him. Alexis started working for Milo a few months back. Jackson, knowing what kind of club Paradise was, felt himself becoming angry. It was a strip club. The very thought of her stripping in front of a bunch of horny bastards and God knows what else turned his stomach. "As a stripper?" he asked. Steve saw the way Jackson's left eye twitched. That only happens when he becomes agitated about something. "No, she served drinks." He saw how Jackson's eyes stopped twitching. "Is she still working for Milo? I don't see why she needs protecting. Who hired us and why?" Steve sighed deeply. "The story is that Milo took a shine to her, and when that man wants something or someone, he gets it. Any man who dared to look at her ended up in the hospital. Alexis hasn't been seen in several days." "Who hired us?" Jackson asked. Taking a sip of his coffee and setting it down, he looked over at Jackson. "Glitter, she is one of the strippers. Apparently, the two women became friends." Jackson sat back, rubbing his chin, thinking. "Okay, we'll go to the club and check it out. I also want to have a word with this stripper." "Her name is Glitter," Steve snapped. The two men made plans to meet outside the club around midnight. Later that night, entering the club, they acted as though they were just there to watch the show and have a few drinks. Taking a seat, they ordered a round of drinks. When the server brought their drinks over, Steve slipped a 20 down the woman's bra. his fingers brushing against her breasts. "Hey doll, where's that SXY little number that served me last week, the blonde?" He scrunched up his face, pretending that he was trying to remember her name. "Alexis, yeah, that's it." The woman smiled seductively at Steve. "Haven't seen her in days, but if it's blondes you're into, I can always dye my hair or wear a wig," she said, as she walked away, swaying her hips. Jackson shook his head at Steve. "Good God, man, did you really have to cop a feel when you put the money down her top?" Steve grinned. "Lighten up, man, look over there." He pointed to the stage. "That's Glitter, let's move up front." Without waiting for an answer, Steve picked up his drink and headed towards the tables in front of the stage. Jackson had no choice but to follow. Jackson never understood why Steve enjoyed these places, and watching him now he had to laugh at how Steve was drooling when the woman started grinding and humping the pole. Then, removing her top, she threw it at their table, where it landed right in front of Jackson. As Glitter was doing her thing, she came down from off the stage. Going to Steve, she straddled him, shaking her breasts in his face. Jackson listened as they discreetly carried on a conversion. "We need to talk," Steve said. "This is my partner, Jackson." Looking over at Jackson, she got off Steve and went over and straddled Jackson's lap. Leaning over, she whispered in his ear, "Tell Earl, the bartender, you want a private dance." She got up and went back on stage. Jackson now knew why she was called Glitter, as he attempted to brush off all the silver glitter from his expensive suit. It wasn't coming off, so he gave up, telling Steve what she had said. When she was done with her number, the men went to talk to Earl, a tall, skinny man with a scar down the left side of his face. Earl, the bartender, looked from one man to the other. "Which one of you wants the private dance?" "I do," Jackson stated. "That will be $150. For an extra 50, you both can go in back," he said, grinning. Pulling out his wallet, Jackson gave the man a disgusted look when he handed over $200. They were shown into a dimly lit room that had a sofa and a small chair, nothing else. He stood while Steve sat. "You really want to sit down on that? God knows what's on there," Jackson said with a disgusted look on his face. Glitter showed up wearing nothing but a G-string, her breasts bouncing as she straddled Steve, grinding her hips into him.
"Shit, is this necessary?" Jackson growled.
Glitter turned angrily towards Jackson as she continued on with the lap dance. "Yes, if the manager pops his head in, and I'm not doing my job, he'll get suspicious. I am putting my life on the line by talking to you."
"Fine," Jackson barked. "So tell us what's going on. Why did you hire us?"
"Alexis is a sweet girl who is caught up in something she can't get out of." "Like what?" Jackson snapped. "She came to work here a few months ago. Milo liked what he saw and wanted her. Don't get me wrong, he's a major hunk with the biggest cock I've ever seen, but he's rough and that temper of his." "So I don't see what the problem is," Jackson barked. Glitter stopped what she was doing to Steve, who groaned in protest, to stare angrily at Jackson. "The problem is Dickhead is when she tried to break things off with Milo, he beat the shit out of her. Now he has her held prisoner in his home. Alexis has seen too much, stuff she shouldn't have." "What sort of things?" Jackson asked. "Bad things." She got off Steve. "Things that could put him away for the rest of his life. It's only a matter of time before he gets bored with her. When that happens, he'll kill her, unless you do something, and quick." When Glitter went to walk out, she held out her hand to Jackson, who lifted his eyebrow, wondering what she wanted. "What?" he growled. "My tip," she replied. "Your tip. I just paid $200, he answered, shaking his head. She got into his face. "How much of that do you think we dancers get?" Jackson looked over at Steve, who was breathing heavily, his face flushed, and looked back at Glitter. Get it from him, after all. He's the one who got the dance. He then walked out, waiting for Steve to come out. 5 minutes later, Steve met Jackson by the bar. So what's next? We go check out Milo's home, Jackson answered. What say, since we're here, Jackson, we stay for a while? Steve asked as he watched the next dancer doing her thing. Jackson gave him a light smack. You're a sick son of a bitch, you stay. I'm leaving. I'll see you tomorrow and we'll go over the plan. Jackson then left, leaving Steve to enjoy the rest of the night in the company of strippers. The next morning they left early, parking their vehicle a mile from Milo's home, not wanting to risk being spotted. Getting as close to the house that was possible, they hid behind the bushes. Grabbing the high-powered binoculars, checked the house over. Shit, Steve cursed. This place is locked up tighter than Fort Knox. How are we supposed to get inside with all these men guarding the place? Jackson kept combing the place as he spoke. We'll wait until dark, take out as many men as we can. Steve looked at Jackson as if he had gone totally mad. You've got to be kidding. 2 of us against all these guys, Steve whined.
No, we'll bring more guys with us,
Jackson replied. We don't even know for sure if the girl is in there, Jackson. Moving his binoculars, he spotted some movement on the balcony. Look up there, he nudged Steve in the arm, pointing towards the upper part of the house. There on the balcony stood Alexis. Jackson felt his breath catching in his throat when he saw her. She was even more beautiful than he remembered. Jackson zoomed in closer. He could see her face clearly. She looked pale and sickly. Then a man appeared next to her. It had to be Milo. He was tall, blonde, and had a husky build. He could see they were arguing. Then Milo slapped Alexis across the face, causing her to stumble backwards, landing on her rear. Jackson felt the blood in his veins boiling over when he saw she was being pulled up by her hair. Milo's hand went around Alexis's throat, dragging her inside as he closed the door. Motherfucker, Jackson cursed. We've got to get her out of there. We will, Steve answered. We'll pull out all the stops. Steve, too, did not like seeing a woman being abused. His anger towards Milo matched Jackson's. Later that afternoon, the 2 men got together with a handful of others, armed with guns and hand grenades. Jackson explained the plans to rescue Alexis in great detail. Chapter 3. When Milo was busy on the phone, Alexis stepped out onto the balcony. She had to get away from him. He was suffocating her. There was no escaping him. He had a 24-hour watch over her. The times she had tried to escape, he had beaten her. With each escape attempt, the beatings got worse. When Milo first introduced himself to her, he was charming, sweet. It wasn't long before she found out who and what he was. Trying to break it off with Milo proved to be a dangerous mistake. He became extremely violent. He wouldn't let her out of his sight. She was witness to killings and beatings among other criminal activities. Alexis also found out the hard way not to fight him when it came to sex. The more she tried to fight him off, the more sexually turned on he became. He was a rough and cruel lover. He had a huge cock and never gave her time to adjust to his size, just rammed it into her. If she didn't respond or put her arms around him, he became angry, slapping her, saying if she didn't start showing him some affection, he would give her to his men to enjoy. She knew he meant it, so she learned to act, pretending she was loving it as she put her arms around him. Standing on the balcony, she considered jumping, falling to her death. Hell, she knew sooner or later he would tire of her, and since she knew too much, he would kill her. Milo came out and told her to go inside and undress, saying he wanted to fuck her. She was so sore down there, rubbed raw. Still hurting from the rough sex he made her endure this morning, she tried to tell him that. When she refused him, he slapped her across the face. She saw stars and felt the vomit rising up into her throat when he pulled her up by the hair. Throwing her on the bed, he tore her dress off, then ripped off her panties. Ramming his cock into her, she cried out in pain, wishing she could become wet. Milo didn't care if she was dry as a bone as he plunged in harder and deeper, satisfying himself. Alexis stayed lying there when he was done. The burning pain was unbearable. Crying from the pain, he only laughed at her. blaming her for being so damn dry, for being frigid. Soaking in the tub, trying to relieve the pain, she started thinking about the past. Maybe she should have stayed with Grant. Sure, he was boring and a lousy lover, but at least he never hit or beat her. But she didn't love him. It was hard to love someone who was a drug addict, one who was always getting high. The only man she ever loved was Jackson. He was perfect with his dark hair, deep blue eyes, and a body that women were always drooling over. They connected instantly. The sexual chemistry was strong between them right from the beginning. He was a tender and passionate lover. She loved him with all her heart. But he left without a word after only being married for 3 months. Leaving her heartbroken, she turned to alcohol, and that was when she met Grant. They started an affair which consisted of drinking and lousy sex. Being tired of waking up with a throbbing hangover, she decided to stop drinking and was willing to give her second marriage a second chance. But Grant wouldn't quit drinking, and he started doing drugs. Having had enough, filed for divorce after 6 months of living hell, or what she thought was hell, till she met Milo. Now she was a gangster's prisoner, and her days were numbered. It was getting late when Milo came into the bedroom, all dressed up. It was obvious he was going out. When she saw the rope in his hand, fear overcame her, and she backed away, bumping into the bed. "Milo, please, whatever you're planning, don't," she begged him. "I have to go out," he sneered. "I can't have you running off." Before Alexis had a chance to react, Milo pushed her down on the bed. Straddling her, he tied her hands to the bedpost. The weight of him was crushing her small frame, making it hard for her to breathe. Leaning over her, he hissed, "There, now I know you won't be able to go anywhere." Alexis, on impulse, spit in his face, something she would soon regret doing. Milo's face turned red. His eyes flashed with anger as he wiped his face. He backhanded her across the face, knocking her unconscious. When she woke, she felt the pain. Her face stung, and her body ached. Realizing she had no panties on the horrible realization that Milo had raped her when she was unconscious sunk in, she cried, praying for death. The sound of gunfire rang out. Tied up and unable to do anything, she lay there, trembling in fear. All she could do was wait. Back to Jackson. Jackson and the others waited until Milo drove off, taking some of his men with him. Dressed all in black and wearing masks, they stormed the house, taking Milo's men by surprise and giving Jackson the all-clear to check the rooms. Reaching the bedroom upstairs, he opened the door, and there he saw her. She was tied to the bed, her face bloody and bruised. She looked at him but said nothing. To him, it looked like she had zoned out, as though she didn't care what happened to her. Going over to the bed, he pulled a knife out from his back pocket. Her eyes widened, but not from fear, and the words she spoke pulled at his heartstrings. "If you're going to kill me, please make it quick," she said as a tear trickled down her face. "I'm not going to kill you," he said, cutting the rope from her hands. "I'm here to save you." Seeing she had passed out, he slid his arms under her. She felt so light when he picked her up and carried her downstairs. All gunfire had ceased, but it was urgent they get out of there before others showed up and before the cops arrived. "Shit, what happened to her?" Steve asked when he saw the shape Alexis was in. "Don't know," Jackson growled. "Let's get her back to my place." Putting her in the back of the car, he got in beside her. Taking off his mask, he took her in his arms. Steve drove. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he spoke with concern. "She's out cold, Jackson. We need to get her to the hospital." "No," Jackson snapped. "That's too dangerous. Once we get home, I'll make a call. I know a doctor who I can trust. He'll come to the house and check her out." He looked down into Alexis's face, stroking her cheek tenderly as he looked at all the bruises. She looked so pale and weak. He couldn't help but wonder what all she had gone through as he moved a strand of hair off her face. Once they arrived at Jackson's home, he carried her inside. Steve followed right behind. "I'll take her upstairs, pour us a drink," Jackson told the other man. Laying Alexis down on the bed, he covered her up with a blanket. She opened her eyes briefly, looking up at him. He doubted that she had registered who he was when her eyes closed again. With the back of his hand, he stroked her bruised face tenderly, vowing if he ever got his hands on Milo, he would kill him. Going downstairs, he made the call to the doctor. Hanging up, he went and sat with Steve, picking up the scotch and swallowing the whole thing in one gulp. Check on Milo, see if he got home and what he's doing about it. Then I need you to pick up some clothes for Alexis, jeans, tops, and shoes. He handed Steve his credit card. You still have feelings for her, don't you? Steve asked. Jackson knew his partner was right. Seeing her again brought it all back. The love, the passion he had for Alexis was still there. It had never gone away. Maybe, he replied. Steve slammed his fist on the table, making Jackson turn sharply to look at him. Damn it, Jackson, you better put your personal feelings aside for both your sakes. It could prove to be dangerous if you don't. He glared angrily at Steve. Don't you think I know that? You don't have to worry about me. I'll keep my personal feelings out of it. But deep down, he wasn't sure if he would be able to do that. Steve stood up. All right, make sure you do. I'll be back as soon as I can. Swallowing the rest of his drink, he left. Within half an hour after Steve left, the doctor was at his doorstep. Thank you for coming, doctor. She's upstairs. It's the first bedroom on the right, Jackson told him. Alexis was awake when the doctor entered her room. Seeing him, she pulled the covers up to her chin. Fear was written all over her face. Hello, miss. I'm Dr. Smith. I was asked to come and examine you for injuries, if that is all right with you. His soft-spoken words helped her to relax just a tiny bit. Looking around the room, she had no idea where she was or how she got there. And the truth was, she was in pain. Okay, she nodded her head. After checking Alexis, he asked if she was having any other type of pain. Feeling embarrassed, she replied, Yes, it hurts down there. Raising her eyebrow, she looked down. The doctor affectionately patted her hand. I'll have to take a look. Lay back and relax. This will only take a minute. Half an hour later, he joined Jackson downstairs, accepting the drink that was offered to him. How is she? Jackson asked.
She'll be fine. Got some bruised ribs, he answered.
Jackson knew the doctor well, and judging from the look on his face, there was more that he wasn't telling him. What else, Doc? Miss Sanford has inflammation and small tears in the vaginal wall, he answered, obviously upset.
What?
How would that happen? Jackson snapped. Rough, dry sex, he replied, giving Jackson an accusing stare. The girl has been sexually abused. Was it you, Jackson? Did you hurt that girl? No, it wasn't me, he answered angrily, but I know who's to blame. The doctor looked at him, relief washing over him that Jackson wasn't to blame. It will heal in time. Soaking in a warm tub and refraining from sex will speed up the healing. We don't have a relationship. I was hired to protect her, Jackson said, as he paced back and forth. Standing up, the doctor went to leave, but then he stopped. That girl is scared out of her mind. Make sure she gets something to eat and plenty of rest. He then left, promising not to mention this visit to anyone. Chapter 4. Jackson stood at the counter making sandwiches, thinking about what the doctor had told him. How Alexis was sexually abused. Milo had raped her. Taking the knife he was using to cut the bread in half, flung it across the room, where it embedded itself into the wall. Pouring milk into a glass, set it on the tray with the sandwich, carrying it upstairs. Alexis looked up when the bedroom door opened. Her heart jumped up into her throat when she saw who it was. Confusion and anger swept through her, and she was close to tears. It was Jackson. She never thought she'd ever see him again. You, she managed to say. Before setting the tray down, he stared into her eyes. His heart started beating like a drum in his chest. Alexis, he said as he set the tray down next to her on the bed. Where am I? And how did I get here? She had so many questions she wanted answers to. There will be plenty of time to answer your questions later. Right now you have to eat and get your strength up, he said, looking her over. Alexis looked down at the food and her stomach growled loudly. He was right. She felt weak and knew she had to eat something. Reaching for the sandwich, she saw that it was a ham and cheese with lettuce and mayonnaise, just the way she liked it. He remembered she thought to herself when she looked up and saw him watching her. "Are you going to stand there and watch me eat?" she asked, a hint of annoyance in her tone. Jackson knew that tone well. It was one she would use whenever she got annoyed with him. He couldn't stop from smiling. "No, I'll go run you a bath, and then it's back to sleep for you." She chewed on the sandwich as she watched him walk towards the bathroom. God, he still looked so damn hot. With his broad shoulders and those long, strong legs, oh, and that rear, he had the most amazing butt. Scolding herself, she looked away. She hated the feeling of desire that shot through her body from being so close to him, the man who broke her heart. She could not and would not allow those old feelings to return. But there was something about Jackson, that feeling of danger combined with a heart-stopping magnetism. He had it when she first met him, and he still had it. "Your bath is ready," he said as he entered the bedroom. Grabbing the empty plates, his eyes went to her lips. He then cleared his throat. "I'll be up to check on you in a while." Alexis lay soaking in the tub. Already she was feeling better. The burning was gone, even though there was still some mild irritation. For the first time in weeks, she felt relaxed, even safe, so she pushed all thoughts of Milo to the back of her mind. Though she knew it was only a matter of time before he found her, and when he did not, even God would be able to save her. Stepping out of the tub, she wrapped the towel around her body and walked back into the bedroom. She let out a scream when she saw a man standing by the window in near darkness. Then the lamp was turned on, bringing some light into the room. "It's only me," Jackson's husky voice shot out. "I didn't mean to scare you." Alexis closed her eyes, clutching the towel and inhaling deeply, trying to calm the rapid beating of her heart. "Jackson, you scared the shit out of me. I thought it was Milo." Walking over, he cupped her chin in his hand. "You're safe here with me." Tears welled up in her eyes when she looked at him. "I'll never be safe from Milo. He will find me." Her breath caught in her throat when his thumb caressed the side of her face. "I promise you, Alexis, I'll never let that man hurt you again," he said softly. The feel of his hand and the way he was standing so close sent a tingling sensation coursing through her. She stepped back, away from his touch. "Why were you standing in the dark?" Her voice cracked when she spoke. "It helps me to think, and I knew you had nothing to put on, so I thought you could wear this to bed." He handed her one of his shirts. Taking the shirt from him, their fingers touched briefly. "Thank you," she said, lowering her eyes. Putting his hands in his pockets, he walked to the door, but stopped to look back at her. "I'm having some things for you to wear delivered tomorrow. Good night, Alexis." "Jackson, wait," she called out. "I don't know what's going on, but thanks for getting me out of there." He nodded his head. "We'll talk tomorrow." Once he was gone, she dropped the towel and slipped on the shirt he had given her. Knowing it belonged to him gave her a sense of comfort, and his scent was on it. Having seen her standing there in only a towel, her skin still damp from the bath, brought back memories. He remembered, as if it were just yesterday, what her body looked like under that towel, how it felt so warm and soft. He was so tempted to tear the towel off her, to do to her what he had done in the past, over and over. Going to the fridge, Jackson took out a beer. Opening it, he drank it while still standing up. He knew he had to get a grip on himself and his thoughts. He could not let his feelings for Alexis get in the way of him doing his job, which was to protect her, not to take her to bed. Waking early, he pulled on a pair of pants and went down to the kitchen. He stopped when he saw her standing over the stove cooking, her back to him. She was swaying her hips to the beat of the music playing on the radio. Hell, she looked hot and his body started reacting in a way. It had once done whenever he saw her wearing one of his shirts. When they were together, he would always remove it and have his way with her, clearing his throat loudly. "You should be resting, not cooking." She turned and seeing him shirtless smiled. "I was hungry. I didn't think you'd mind if I made us breakfast." He walked over, standing next to her, looked down at the omelets and fried potatoes. "Smells good," he said, his eyes moving down and seeing a couple of the buttons on the shirt she was wearing were open. Well, he couldn't resist sneaking a peek. Alexis noticed where his eyes had wandered to, so she ordered him to sit down, her hands doing up the buttons. Jackson sat at the table, watching her. But he turned his head away quickly when she reached high up into the cupboard and pulled down some plates. The top crept up her long, slender legs, dangerously close to revealing her butt cheeks. Setting the plates down, they started eating. "How is it that a salesman could break into a gangster's home and take me out of there?" she asked. "I'm not a salesman, Alexis. I own a company, along with my partner Steve Harris. It's called Hired to Protect." "What exactly is that?" she asked. His eyes narrowed when he looked at her. "People hire us to protect them, or someone that needs protecting." "That's a far cry from selling things," she said, taking a bite of her toast. "How long have you been doing it for?" she asked. "Going on 5 years," he answered. She stopped eating to stare at him. "Right after you left me," she said, looking away so that he couldn't see the tears. Jackson felt the stabbing pain in his chest when she said that. He saw the pain in her eyes before she turned away. He knew he had hurt her, but he had never stopped loving her. He had hoped that time would have cured him of that, but seeing her now knew it hadn't. At that moment, an alarm went off, scaring Alexis, making her jump up. "He's here. Milo has found me," she cried out in terror. Placing his hands on her shoulders, he stared into her eyes. "No, he hasn't." Going over to his laptop, flipped it open. Punching in some numbers, a screen popped up. It showed different parts of the outside of his home, as well as the inside. She looked over his shoulder. "Who's that?" she asked, pointing to a man who was trying to open the door. "My partner Steve," he answered. He then pushed another button and Steve walked in. Jackson went out to the front entrance, cursing the man. "What the hell, Steve? You know better than to open the door before the code is in," Jackson barked. "Sorry, man, I forgot," he replied. Alexis could see and hear them talking as she watched the screen on the laptop, and she couldn't help but wonder why Jackson needed such an elaborate security system. Chapter 5. Alexis sat back down as the two men came in carrying bags and dropping them on the floor. Jackson introduced them to one another and Steve shook her hand. "You're looking better than the last time I saw you," he said to her. "Thank you, I feel much better," she answered. They all sat around drinking coffee. She listened as the men talked. "Milo is fuming. He has every man out looking for the girl." He motioned toward Alexis. "He's probably worried she'll go to the cops," Steve said. "I really don't think he's worried about that. Milo has half the police force in his back pocket," she spoke up. Both men looked at Alexis, who had turned white as a sheet. "It's only a matter of time till he finds me." Her voice trembled with fear. She knew Milo's temper and what he did to people when they angered him. "Then we'll have to take him down," Jackson said, turning to look at Steve. "Who hired you to protect me?" she asked, looking at Jackson. "Glitter," he answered. The men were surprised by her sudden outburst as she stood up. No, this isn't good. If Milo finds out what she did, he'll kill her. You've got to get her out of there," she cried out. "He'll never know it was her," Jackson said as he stood facing her. "You don't understand. He has eyes everywhere. How did you get in touch with her?" "We went to see her at the club," Steve answered. Holding her head, she paced back and forth. "You fools, now she's in danger." Walking back over to Jackson, she placed her hands on his bare chest and pleaded with him. "You've got to help her, please, Jackson. I have some money saved. I'll hire you to get her out of there." Tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing the desperation on her face, he nodded his head yes. He then turned to Steve. Get some of the men to go with you and bring her here.
Thank you, Jackson, she said as she threw her arms around him, giving him a hug.
Pulling away from Alexis's embrace, he sat back down and pointed to the bags. Those are some clothes for you. Picking them up, she thanked both men and headed upstairs. As she was walking away, Steve cocked his head, staring at her backside with a grin on his face. That was till Jackson gave his chair a kick with his foot, jarring Steve's attention away from Alexis. Shaking his head and glaring angrily at him.
What?
Asked Steve, raising his hands up. Just take care of Glitter, and be careful, Steve. Milo is a dangerous man, and even more so when he's pissed about something. Steve scratched his chin, staring at Jackson. He's not going to give up looking for her. It might be better to get her out of the country, Steve said, his forehead creasing into deep lines. Maybe, Jackson answered. Steve stared at his partner. Something was different about him. There's nothing going on between the two of you, is there? He asked. Jackson's left eye started twitching, never a good sign. Milo has been beating and raping Alexis. He hurt her badly. So you tell me, do you honestly think I'd try to sleep with her after what she's just been through? I'm sorry, Jackson, of course not. But it's not just the physical part I'm talking about. It was you who always said to never get emotionally involved with any of the clients. I know, Jackson answered. Now get going and bring Glitter back here, but wait till after closing to make your move. When Alexis came back down dressed in jeans and a t-shirt, Steve had already left. Jackson was busy putting the dishes in the dishwasher. So what do we do now? Alexis asked him. Closing the lid and turning the machine on, he turned to her. We wait. Okay then. She looked down at the clothes she was wearing, then back up at Jackson. How did Steve know my size? I mean, he even got the bra and panties right. Jackson smirked, a twinkle in his eyes. Steve has a special gift when it comes to women and their clothing. He poured them both a cup of coffee, and they took it out onto the balcony. It was a warm day, and the view was breathtaking. Are you seeing anyone? She asked, biting on her bottom lip. Jackson stared straight ahead. He didn't want to have any type of serious conversation, but she had opened the gate, in a manner of speaking. Not at the moment. He turned to look at her. You remarried, but it didn't last long. Why? Giving him a dirty look, snapped at him. My personal life is none of your business. I'm only asking because you married so soon after we split up. There was deep bitterness in his voice when he spoke. He couldn't help feeling that way. Alexis raised her voice. Her hand shook. Split up? We didn't split up, Jackson. You left me, you bastard. No note, no nothing. Her eyes teared up as she relived the pain of the morning she woke up and found him gone. Never to hear from him again, but a week later she was served with divorce papers. I had no choice. I had to leave, he yelled back at her. Everyone has a choice, she cried. She went to storm away, but he grabbed her arm, preventing her from leaving. Trust me, it was for your own good, he sneered. Tearing away from his hold, she backed away, her eyes shooting daggers. That's all in the past now. Let's say we leave it there and drop this discussion. I agree, he answered harshly. We've got a long wait till Glitter gets here, and I have a lot of paperwork to do. Is there anything I can do to help? She asked, wanting to keep busy. No, he answered. He understood her need to keep busy. There's a pool out back if you want to go for a swim, he chuckled. Knowing Steve, he probably managed to put a suit in one of those bags. Alexis tried to hide the smile that came across her face. He did, a bikini, a little too skimpy for my taste though. Knowing Steve, Jackson could just imagine how skimpy it was. Well, no one will see you, so go ahead, enjoy. She decided to take that swim, after all, since Jackson was up to his neck in paperwork, and she was bored. Jackson rubbed his temple. He really had to start keeping up with the paperwork as it came along rather than letting it pile up for weeks on end. He checked the security cameras every now and then and clicked on the pool area, zooming in on Alexis as she was getting out. Thinking she was right, Steve had picked out the most revealing bikini he could find. It left nothing to the imagination. He couldn't take it a minute longer. Tossing down his pen, he got up and went to his room to put on his bathing trunks. He suddenly felt like going for a swim. Alexis was stretched out on the lounge chair. When she saw Jackson walking towards her, she quickly covered herself with the towel. Her eyes kept moving back to him, staring at his muscular chest and his flat-toned stomach. And those legs, long and strong with just the right amount of hair on them. She thought back to the many times she spent touching and kissing every inch of his body, and how it felt having him on top and inside her. She was abruptly drawn from her thoughts when he jumped into the pool, making her scream out when she got drenched from the water. "Sorry," he snickered. "Why don't you come back in?" After some coaxing, she jumped back in. "You have a beautiful place here," she said, looking around. "Thanks," he answered, moving closer. "You do look good in that bikini, except for the bruises that bastard gave you." Turning away, she felt the tears stinging her eyes. They were having such a good time and wished he hadn't mentioned Milo. "I don't want to talk about it."
What all did that monster do to you?
He asked as he put his hands on her shoulders.
I'll make him pay for hurting you, Jackson swore.
Why? She asked. Why does it matter to you so much what he's done to me?
I've never stopped caring about you. Seeing the doubt in her eyes added with sincerity. Just because I walked out on you doesn't mean I don't care what happens to you. She pulled away from him. It's getting late. What say I go change and start dinner? You don't have to do that. I can order some takeout, he answered. No, I want to, she said, getting out of the pool. It'll give me something to do to pass the time. Jackson watched her as she walked into the house, knowing he had come close to kissing her. If he didn't control himself, how would he be able to keep his mind on protecting her? Later they dined on a lovely meal she had created from the bits and pieces he had in the fridge. If we're going to be here much longer, you're going to have to get some food in here, she said, shaking her head at him. Afterwards, he sat drinking a beer while she dozed off on the sofa. It was late, and he was expecting Steve and Glitter any minute. Chapter 6. Jackson, too, had fallen asleep. The shrill of the alarm woke them. Jumping up, he went to his laptop. Opening it, he punched in some numbers. What is it? Alexis shrieked. It's Steve. He looked at her, but he's alone. Where's Glitter? She cried out in anguish. Steve came rushing into the room, face beet red and out of breath.
Where's Glitter?
Jackson barked. He looked over at Alexis. I'm sorry, she's dead. Alexis was in a state of shock. She stood frozen to the spot as fear and pain gripped her. Steve turned back to Jackson. He slit her throat after she told him you had the girl. You've got to get out of here. It won't be long before he finds out where you live. They're coming for you. Seeing the state Alexis was in went over, giving her a shake. We've got to get you out of Chicago now. Look at me. Come on, baby, snap out of it. She blinked as she looked up at him. Silent tears ran down her face. Placing his hands on her shoulders, he stared into her eyes, speaking to her as if she were a child he had to make understand. Handing her a duffel bag, go upstairs and throw your clothes in here, then go to my room and grab some for me. Go, hurry now. He gave her a shove to get her moving. Grabbing another bag, he started filling it with guns and other weapons, yelling at Steve. Get out of here, Steve. Stay low till this all blows over. I'll go with you, Jackson. I can be of help, Steve answered. No, Jackson barked. It's better we go alone. 2 men and a woman might look suspicious, but the 2 of us will look like a regular couple. He turned to Steve and shook his hand. I need you to keep your eyes and ears open as to what Milo's moves are. I'll keep in touch with you.
Shit, Jackson. Where will you go?
A safe house far from here. Once I have her somewhere safe, I'll come back and kill that motherfucker. It's the only way she'll ever be safe, Jackson swore. Alexis came back down just as Steve was leaving. She saw the weapons sticking out of the bag and Jackson shoving a bundle of cash into his jacket. He didn't have time to pussyfoot around. Time was precious. Milo and his men could arrive at any moment. Grabbing her arm led her out back to the underground garage, where there sat a car and a four-wheel drive. Throwing the bags in the back seat of the four-wheel drive, he opened the passenger door and ordered her to get in. Sliding into the seat, she was still in shock. She had no voice to speak with, no tears to shed as she stared straight ahead. It was like she was having a bad dream, one she couldn't wake up from. But it wasn't a dream. This was really happening. Jackson thought the best plan was to go the back way through the woods. He knew it well, and there was a path he had traveled many times in the past. Taking the highway would be too big a risk. Milo's men were probably on their way. Driving the rugged road, he glanced over at Alexis. She reminded him of a statue that stood outside the courthouse, white and expressionless. It didn't seem normal to him the way she stared straight ahead. No tears, nothing. Pulling the vehicle over and setting the gear into park, he turned to her. Alexis, you haven't said a word in almost an hour. Christ, are you all right? She opened the door and jumping out took off running, sprinting through the woods. It happened so quickly Jackson didn't have time to react when she took off running. Shit, he swore, taking off after her. She was fast, and if it weren't for the fact that she tripped over a branch that had fallen across the path, he might not have been able to catch her. Catching up, he dropped down, straddling her and pinning her hands down as she started kicking and screaming. "What the hell do you think you're playing at?" he yelled, his eyes blazing with anger. Tears fell down her face, and she burst out crying. "Glitter's dead, and it's all my fault," she said as she stopped kicking and screaming. Moving off Alexis, he sat down next to her, pulling her into his arms as she let it all out and started crying, stroking her hair in a loving gesture. "No, you didn't. It was that bastard Milo. No one else is to blame." Her body shaking from crying so hard looked up at him. "She died trying to help me. I'm sorry your friend is dead, but we've got to keep moving." He got up and took Alexis's hand, helping her up. The sun was coming up when Jackson pulled into a little motel. He was dead tired and needed some sleep. After going into the office, he came out, grabbed the bags, and they went inside. She looks around the tiny room and seeing only one bed looks at Jackson. It's the only room they had left. A tiny grin crept up on his face. "You can have the bed. I'll sleep in the chair." Alexis comes out of the bathroom wearing one of his shirts, and only because she didn't have a nightgown or pajamas. Climbing into bed, she looked over at him hunched over in the chair, which barely held him. "Jackson, you can't sleep there. If you promise to stay on your side, you can sleep in the bed with me." "You sure?" he asked.
Yes, come on.
She pulled the covers down on the opposite side of her. Standing up, he removed his shirt and pants and crawled under the covers. "This is better," he said as he yawned. Through the night, she had moved over to his side of the bed, her arm draped over his chest. That's how he found her when he woke a few hours later. The heat from her hand felt good on his bare chest, and the way her body was snuggled against his warmed him all over. He placed his hand on top of hers and turned his head to look at her. Alexis opened her eyes, finding herself staring into Jackson's eyes. Realizing she had her hand on him, she quickly moved it away, shifting her body over and away from his. "I'm so sorry, she stammered. He was disappointed when she moved away. He liked how it felt having her lying next to him, all warm and soft. Jumping out of bed, he pulled on his pants, putting on his socks and shoes, grabbed a clean shirt from the duffel bag. "I'll go grab us some coffee and a bite to eat while you get dressed, and then we've got to get moving." Alexis had no idea how she ended up lying next to Jackson, but what she did know was that it felt amazing sleeping next to him, and his body felt so hard and warm under her touch, and she felt a small spark between them. Or she thought there was, but the way he jumped out of bed and hurried out had her thinking it was just on her part. Coming back with coffee and bagels, they sat at the small table by the window. "Where are you taking me?" she asked as she nibbled on her bagel, which was surprisingly fresh. "I know this place. It's out of the way and hidden. Not many people know about it. I have friends there. It's like a safe house." When a black car with tinted windows pulled into the parking lot, Jackson stood up, and as he stared out the window, pulled out the gun he had tucked in the back of his pants. "Jackson, what is it?" she cried out. He waited before answering as he watched the black car. After a few minutes, an elderly couple stepped out, and Jackson let the breath he was holding in out. "It's nothing," he answered. "We have to get moving. Got a long drive ahead of us." After driving for several miles, he pulled off a side road to an open area. Stopping, he jumped out and went to the back and pulled out some equipment and what looked like paint. She watched as he removed the license plates. "What are you doing?" she asked. "What is all this stuff?" Alexis's curiosity was killing her. "Milo's men will be looking for the vehicle, a white 4-wheel drive. I'm going to paint it a different color and put new license plates on," he said as he started taping up the windows and headlights. "Can I help?" she asked. Giving her the job of covering up the windows, he started preparing the paint, hooking up some kind of hose to the can. "How are you going to use that? There's no electricity." "It's battery run," he replied. "But it'll take hours to dry," she couldn't help saying. She also wondered all he knew about all this stuff. He looked up at her, frowning. "Must you ask so many questions?" he asked, sounding annoyed. "It's a special paint and will dry in about an hour or two. Now stand back unless you want to get sprayed." Alexis went and sat on a tree trunk and watched as Jackson went over the vehicle with a sprayer, turning it from white to a dark navy blue. When he was done, he came over and sat next to her. "Now we wait," he said, grabbing the water bottle and taking a drink. She squinted due to the sun, and looking at him, she started talking again. "I would still like to know how a traveling salesman knows how to do all this. How do you go from that work to what you do now?" He stared into space. Should he tell her the whole truth? If he did, she would surely hate him, and she already disliked him for having left her all those years ago. Whether he did or not, what difference would it make? They were no longer together. "I was never a salesman, Alexis." Chapter 7. Shielding her eyes from the sun with her hand, she stared at him. "What do you mean?" she asked, feeling the anger in her rising. Rubbing the back of his head, he stood up, trying to find the right words to tell her. "I was a trained killer for the government." He looked down at her. "Like with the Navy SEALs or CIA?" she asked, staring at him. "Not exactly. It was highly secretive. Only a handful of people knew about it. We were trained to kill, and when all else failed, we were brought in to take care of what the others couldn't." He stopped talking when he saw the look on her face. Alexis stood up and backed away, shaking her head. "You killed people. My God, how could you?" "They were bad people," he said with a smirk. "Why didn't you tell me?" she cried. "I didn't tell you because of that very look on your face, that look of disgust mixed with hate. I couldn't tell you anyway. It was against the rules." "Screw the rules," she yelled. "I was your wife. I had a right to know." She walked away, wanting distance between them. Looking down, she asked, "Why did you leave me?" He moved closer to her. "For your protection." Her body trembled from being so close to him. "What do you mean by that?" "Oh, Alexis, being married to me would have put a target on your back. I couldn't risk having anything happen to you." "Did you ever love me? Or was I just something to pass the time in between jobs?" She snapped at him angrily. "Yes, I loved you," he said as he moved his hand up and down her arm.
Bastard.
She yelled, giving him a shove backwards. "You had no right to leave me the way you did." I had to for you." Giving him another shove back, she cried, "No. You should have told me what you did for a living. You should have given me the choice as to whether I wanted to be with you." When she went to give him another shove, he grabbed her arms just as he fell backwards, landing on his back with her falling on top of him. As she went to get off, he held on, rolling her onto her back, and he laid on top of her. His hands on each side of her, he looked down and smiled. "You always had a fiery temper. It's one of the things I loved about you." Placing her hands on his chest, she tried to push him off, but he wouldn't budge. "Get off me," she screeched. He looked at her full plump lips, which were slightly parted, then lowered his mouth, moving in for a kiss. She moved her head from side to side in order to avoid the kiss and hissed at him. "Get off me. Your gun is poking me." Jackson chuckled softly. "Oh, baby, that's not my gun." Squealing, she placed her hands on his chest and giving him a shove slid out from underneath him. Glaring at him, she got up. "You're a real jerk, Jackson." Grinning, he too got up and walked to the vehicle. "We should be able to take the tape off now. Wanna help?" Checking the paint, Jackson decided it was dry enough. He replaced the old license plates with the new ones. Alexis sat as far from Jackson as she could, looking out the window. She wanted to cry, wanted to lash out at him and scream how he broke her heart, and the pain she felt, and how she had turned to alcohol and another man, trying to forget him. "We'll stop at the next town and get a room, grab something to eat, and get a good night's sleep. I want to leave before sunrise," he said, breaking the silence between them. She growled back, "Make sure you get separate rooms this time." Slamming his fist on the steering wheel, making her jump in fear, he cursed. "You'll stay in the same room as me. That way I can make sure nothing will happen to you." "Fine," she snapped back, "but you better make sure it has 2 beds, 'cause you'll not be sleeping next to me again. Have you forgotten it was you that crawled over to my side and put your hand on my chest, snuggling up to me with that hot little body of yours?" he replied back.
"Oh, just shut up," she snapped.
They came to a small town, and he drove around for a bit, checking it out. It had a motel and a small restaurant and some other small stores gathered around. "We'll book in and then go and get something to eat," he said as he parked and got out, leaving her as he went inside, returning a few minutes later with the key. Alexis checked out the room.
"Well, at least there are 2 beds.
He came up behind her, putting his arms around her waist, his lips close to her ears. "Just because there are 2 beds doesn't mean we have to use both of them." Removing his arms from around her waist, she moved away, keeping a safe distance between them. Every time he got close or touched her, she felt the heat in the pit of her belly heating up and moving down between her thighs. She refused to give in to those desires, the pain and hurt he had put her through when he left still fresh, no matter the reason why he had done it. "So, sleep on the floor if you want to," she snapped. Smirking, he rubbed the back of his head. "I'm starving, let's go eat," he said as he held the door open for her. Just before they were about to enter the restaurant, he stopped. Taking out the pay-as-you-go phone from his pocket and dialed Steve's number, she stood, listening. "Yes, Steve, we're halfway there. That's right, the safe house. Okay, great. I'll keep in touch, bye." "So did he have any news on Milo?" she asked, nervously shifting from one foot to the other. She could see by the way his left eye was twitching that he was pissed about something. "They wrecked my damn house, the bastards, tore it from top to bottom," he swore bitterly. "I'm so sorry, Jackson," she said as she placed her hand on his arm. Looking where her hand was, he placed his over on top of hers. Not wanting Alexis to blame herself, he smiled. "At least I have insurance to cover the damage. Come on, let's go eat." Taking her hand, they walked inside, again taking a seat by the window. She looked over at Jackson and pointed to the waistband of his jeans. "Your gun is showing." He swiftly moved it around to his back, concealing it behind the jacket he wore. "Thanks," We wouldn't want these fine people getting the wrong idea. He winked at her. She couldn't help but smile whenever he winked at her. She always found it to be a SXY gesture, and it gave her goosebumps. After they ate, they went back to their room, and at the same time said they were going to shower. He smiled. You go first. Thank you, she said as she walked past him. Sitting back in the chair with his hands behind his head, he thought of Alexis in the shower, wishing he were there with her, soaping her down. God, just thinking about her, he was getting a serious hard-on. He shifted in his chair. Hot damn. Then she walked out wrapped in only a towel, her skin slick from being damp. Shit, didn't she know what she was doing to him looking the way she does? Your turn, she said, smiling. He stood up, holding his shirt in front of him so that she couldn't see the reaction her body was having on him. Good thing for cold showers, he thought as he walked into the bathroom. He wasn't sure how much longer he could keep from jumping her bones. Alexis was in bed when he came out, wearing once again one of his shirts. It didn't make her any less SXY in his eyes. Laying on her back, she looked over when he walked out wearing only his briefs. How she wanted to touch his damp skin. After what Milo had done to her, she didn't think she was capable of feeling that throbbing in the deep of her core. But seeing Jackson and remembering what it was like making love to him, she felt her panties getting damp. Squeezing her eyes shut, she tried to stop the image of them making love, of what it had been like. You all right? He asked, seeing how she was squirming, and the way her eyes were closed tight, showing fine lines around her eyes. Yeah, just tired, she answered. Rolling over, she scolded herself for thinking what she was, wanting to get laid by Jackson. No, go to sleep, you fool, she said silently to herself. Waking up and stretching, the aroma of fresh coffee and homemade muffins filled the tiny hotel room. Jackson was seated at the table, a half-eaten muffin still in his hand. Better get over here before it gets cold, Jackson said, pulling her chair out. She didn't need persuading when her stomach growled, and she jumped out of bed. Sitting down, she took a bite of the muffin. This is so good, she moaned softly.
Eat up, I want to get moving, he said, trying not to look at her lips.
Why so early? It's not even light out yet, she whined. Alexis, the further we get away, the safer it is for you, please. Can you speed it up a little? He all but begged her. Popping the last of the muffin into her mouth, she giggled. Always so impatient, she said as she stood. Going over to the duffel bag, grabbed some clean clothes, and headed into the bathroom to change. Jackson was putting the things into the bag when she returned fully dressed. Picking up the bags, he asked if she was ready to go. As she approached the door, he grabbed her arm, shoving her behind him as he pulled out his gun, dropping the bags, moving them behind the door. What is it? She whispered behind him. The words were barely out of her mouth when the door was kicked in and 2 men entered. Chapter 8. The men waving guns burst in. Jackson slammed his gun across the back of the one man's head, knocking him out as the other one aimed his gun at him. But Jackson lifted his leg, kicking the gun out of his hand. Another kick to the man's leg brought him to his knees. The sound of broken bones could be heard as he screamed in pain, slamming his gun across the second man's head, rendering him unconscious. Alexis stood frozen. It had happened so quickly. It only took Jackson seconds to take both men down. Are they dead? She asked, looking from the 2 men to Jackson. No, he replied. Then grabbing the bags, he ordered her to move, telling her to get into the vehicle. Looking over at Jackson as he drove, he had this worried look on his face. She couldn't see his left eye, but knew it would be twitching. Jackson, she said quietly. He glanced over at her, knowing she wanted answers. Milo's men, I can't figure out how they found us so soon. We're going to have to ditch this vehicle now. I should have killed them. Why? She cried. He didn't answer her, just kept staring straight ahead as he drove. It was obvious he didn't want to talk, so she sat back and kept quiet. The truth was she felt mentally exhausted. It was getting to be way too much for her. Milo and the constant fear of him finding her. Looking at Jackson, she knew he would do everything he could to protect her. But would he be able to stop the most feared man in Chicago?
After 2 hours of driving in total silence, Jackson pulled over and turned to look at her. "We walk from here."
"Why?" she asked, looking around and seeing how deserted the area was. Hell, they hadn't even seen another vehicle on this road.
"I'm ditching the truck here."
"And I'm going to push it over the cliff." She did see the cliff as they were parked across from it. A cold chill ran through her, and she couldn't stop shivering. "But we're in the middle of nowhere, and it's getting dark." He smirked. "Don't worry, I'll protect you." Opening the door and getting out, he signaled for her to do the same. He then pulled out the bags, setting them on the ground. "Wait here," he instructed her. Getting back in, he pulled up to the cliff edge. Leaving it and drive, he got out. She watched as his muscles bulged as he pushed with all his strength, pushing the vehicle to the edge. She sprinted over and, placing her hand on the rear, pushed with everything she had. Jackson smiled at her, amused that just a small woman was trying. He had to give her credit for helping. Most women would be too afraid of breaking a nail or of getting dirty. They finally did it and watched as it plunged down the cliff and exploded. Fire and smoke filled the air. "Was that really necessary?" she asked. "It was." He looked at her. Noticing she was shivering, he removed his jacket and put it on her. "It's going to be all right. I know this area. There's a cabin up ahead where we can stay the night. In the morning, we'll start walking to the next town and pick up another vehicle." "Thanks for the jacket." His hands were still on the jacket as he did it up, not wanting her to be cold. "Can't have you catching a cold." Letting go, he picked up the bags. Though she offered to carry one, he shook his head no. After walking for about 20 minutes, they reached a small cabin. It was more of a shack. They went inside and looked around. It was small. The only thing inside was a small bed, a table and a couple of chairs, an old wood stove, and a fireplace. "What is this place?" "A hunting shack, but no one is using it right now." Putting the bags down, he lit the lantern that was on the table. "I'll get some wood and light it. It'll be warm in here soon." She sat on the bed shivering, waiting for Jackson to come back, being thankful that he didn't take long. He soon had the fire going, and she was warming up. Not wanting to be useless, got up and checked the cupboards, looking for food. "Oh, look, a can of beans, and the expiration date isn't for another 3 months, she squealed with delight. She looked around for a can opener, but couldn't find one. All she found was an old spoon. "Oh darn," she mumbled, "nothing to open it with." Jackson pulled something out of his bag, holding it up. "This will work," he said. Taking the can from her, he punched some holes in it, making it big enough that they could pour the beans out onto the spoon. Using some water from their water bottle, she cleaned the spoon. So they sat and shared the can of cold beans. "This isn't so bad," Jackson said, giving her a smile. She smiled back. "Not bad at all." "Jackson, why do you have so much cash on you?" "Credit and debit cards can be traced. It's better to use cash, that way Milo has no way of tracking us. Though a lot of good that did since his goons found us." Alexis giggled. Frowning, he looked at her. "What's so funny?" he asked. "You have some sauce on your face. Here, let me." She dabbed some water on a napkin and wiped his face. "Thanks," he said. Getting up, he looked over at the bed. "We need to get some sleep." He looked back at her. "We'll have to share the bed." She swallowed the lump in her throat, looking at the bed that was so small. "I guess we'll have to." Taking off her shoes, she got on the bed, leaving her clothes on. Jackson removed his shirt and sat on the bed. "Jackson," she said so quietly he had to strain to hear her.
"Yeah."
He answered, waiting for her to go on. "Why did you quit being a hitman?" He felt the beginning of a headache and rubbed his temple. "This one night I was on a job with some others, and it all went wrong. We had to take down a terrorist. We swarmed his home. It was hectic, so many people, so much gunfire. We didn't know his family was home." Jackson laid his head in the palms of his hands. His wife and child got caught in the crossfire. Oh God, I can still see them laying there, dead, all bloody. Alexis heard how his voice cracked with emotion, how his body trembled, and a small sob escaped his lips. "After that, I swore never again would I hurt innocent women and children. It still haunts me to this day." A tear slid down his face. She placed her hand on his back, tenderly caressing him. "Oh, Jackson, I'm so sorry." She could tell this was weighing heavily on him, feeling the tremor from his body. Jackson turned to her. Looking down at her lips, he took her face in his hand. His mouth came down on her lips, light at first, then it became more demanding. He had been wanting to kiss her from the first time he saw her. Alexis wrapped her arms around his neck, returning his kiss with intense passion. She felt Jackson lowering her down onto the bed as their lips stayed locked together. His fingers moved to her top, undoing the buttons. Pulling his mouth from her lips, he looked down at her breasts, happy it was one of those bras you unhook from the front. As he undid it, releasing her perky breasts, his mouth wrapped around one, and he started sucking on the nipple. His hand moved slowly down her stomach, reaching the top of her jeans and undoing them. Traveling down to her panties, moved inside, going to her soft opening, which was soaking wet. Hearing her moan, he moved from her breast and up to her lips. As he claimed her mouth, he slipped a finger inside her and began stroking, feeling her squirm from his touch, her moans getting louder. She did not try to stop him when he pulled her up, removing the top and bra, then laying her back down and pulling off her jeans and panties. Standing up, he removed his pants and climbed on top of her. When his lips went to her neck and started kissing, she felt her body coming alive. It was on fire, and when she felt him sliding inside her, she arched her hips. It had been so long since she had been made love to like this, and that was when she was with him all those years ago. It wasn't rough, it didn't hurt, no, it was beautiful and amazing. Wrapping her legs around his waist, she clung to him as he rode her, feeling his throbbing erection pumping into her. The feel of his skin, his scent which was intoxicating, drove her to a new height of desire as his hand roamed over her, touching, gently caressing. Jackson used all his willpower not to come, wanting to give her pleasure before he let loose, and once she screamed his name. When she orgasmed, he too came. Collapsing on top of her, he gave Alexis a deep and passionate kiss, then rolled off onto his side. He had crossed the line, breaking all the rules. Then it hit him, shit, he hadn't used protection. For him, it didn't matter, but it might for her. "Alexis, God, I never used any protection, I'm so sorry." Stroking his cheek, she smiled. "It's okay, I'm on birth control." Yes, he knew he crossed the line, but he didn't care, it felt right. Pulling her into his arms, he held her tight against him. He would do whatever it took to protect her. No one would ever hurt her again. Milo needed to die. The warmth of her body was soothing, and he soon fell asleep. She fell asleep with his arms protectively around her. Chapter 9. The sun was coming up and Jackson watched Alexis as she slept. It was something he had liked doing when they were married, waking up to find her in his arms. She had this cute little way of twitching her nose and making soft sounds in her sleep. He found it adorable. Opening her eyes, she saw him staring at her and blushed. "Stop that," she squealed. "Stop what?" he asked, but knew what she was talking about since she had always scolded him in the past for watching her sleep. "You know what for? I look terrible, my hair all messed, morning breath." He was on top of her in a split second. "You're beautiful, and for your breath let me kiss you, and then I'll tell you how bad it is." He kissed her, sliding his tongue inside her mouth. "I don't see a problem," he kissed her again. "I need coffee," she said, giving him a light push. As much as he wanted to make love to Alexis, he knew they had to get moving, so getting up he smiled down at her. She wasn't shy about showing off her naked body as she stretched out on the bed in front of him, awakening a part of him that wanted her. "Stop teasing me, baby. We really have to get moving. I'll buy you a coffee and breakfast when we reach the next town. Get dressed before I change my mind." Groaning, she sat up and reached for her clothes. "We need clean clothes and a shower." Pulling her off the bed, held her in his arms, moving his hand down her naked body. "You're doing my head in. I promise when we get into town and rent a room, I will personally shower you myself." Then his lips met hers. They had been on the road for almost an hour when a car pulled up next to them. Jackson reached around behind him for the gun, but seeing it was an elderly couple brought his hands back around. The window was rolled down, and the man stuck his head out. "You kids need a ride somewhere?" "Well, yes, sir. If you would be so kind as to drop us off at the next town, we sure would be grateful," Jackson said, giving the couple a friendly smile. "Well, jump right on in, young fellow," the man answered.
After they were all introduced, the couple chattered on, telling them about how they met, how many children they have, and basically their whole life story. Jackson and Alexis smiled at one another, glad they weren't asked any questions.
"Okay, kids, we're here. You all take care now," the couple told them. As soon as they booked into the hotel, he pulled her into his arms.
Ready for that shower?
He asked, giving her a wink. "Jackson, I'm starving and I need coffee," she answered. Pulling away, she smiled. His heart melted when she smiled at him. As much as he wanted to take her, he held back. "Okay, let's go." He took her hand and opened the door. But instead of walking out, she the door and turned to look at him. "Maybe we should clean up before we go." She was unable to get another word out as he lifted her up, so she wrapped her legs around his waist, smiling as he carried her into the bathroom. Later, as they were sitting in the small diner, drinking coffee, and they waited patiently for their food, she started talking. What a sweet old couple they were, and married 45 years and still so much in love, Alexis said. Her heart started aching. She had in the past thought she and Jackson would have been like that, growing old together and deeply in love. Jackson saw how sad she looked and reached over to take her hand, but the food came, preventing him from taking her hand. "I saw a laundromat down the street. We can go there after and wash our clothes," he said, taking a bite of his eggs. Smiling, she nodded her head. So after eating, they gathered the clothes and walked over, tossing their clothes into the machine. He lifted her up onto the counter and, standing between her legs, kissed her. "I'm going outside and give Steve a call, see if he has anything new to report." With her arms around his neck. "Okay, I'll wait here. The clothes are almost ready to be put into the dryer." Jackson was pacing back and forth as he talked to Steve, his left eye twitching. He became angry when he was told that their office had been trashed and some of the men beaten. The only way Steve himself was unharmed was because he was in hiding and using a disguise. While he was talking on the phone, he saw 3 young punks who appeared to be wasted and making a lot of noise going into the laundromat. Becoming suspicious, he ended his call with Steve and walked back towards the building. Inside the laundromat, Alexis's back was to the door as she folded the clothes, putting them in the duffel bag when she heard the door opening and thinking it was Jackson. That was one long phone call. "What took you so long?" Not getting an answer, she turned around, only it wasn't Jackson. Instead, it was 3 young men, and they were wasted. Well, what have we got here, boys?" The taller of the 3 said. Closing the bag and picking it up, she went to walk out, but the one who was doing the talking stopped her. "Where are you going, sweet cheeks? How about we have some fun?" he said. As he moved closer, she backed up, her back hitting the machine. He placed both hands on each side of her, preventing her from leaving. The other 2 stood back, laughing. "Hurry up, Bert," the other one snapped. The door burst open and Jackson walked in, seeing Alexis pinned against the washing machine. "What's going on here?" he barked. Bert looked over and smirked. "This ain't got nothing to do with you, mister." He then looked at his friends. "Take care of him while I take care of this pretty little lady." She smiled at the guy. "Let me take care of you first," she said. Then lifting her knee rammed it into his crotch. He let out a loud cry of anguish and grabbed himself as he fell to the ground. His eyes filled with tears as the pain shot through him. Smiling over at her, Jackson grabbed the one man. Touching a spot on his neck, the man fell to the ground, unconscious. He then turned to the one left standing. "Your turn," he smiled. The young man waved his hands in the air. "Please don't, mister," he wailed. Seeing his buddies lying on the ground, one in severe pain, he did not want to join them. Jackson smiled. "Okay, I'll let you off this time, but don't ever harass another woman." He checked out the kid's jean jacket, thinking it would fit Alexis. "Your jacket, give it to me," he ordered. Yes, you can have it. Just don't hurt me," he cried. Removing his jacket, he handed it to Jackson. Picking up the duffel bag, he motioned for Alexis to follow him, and they walked out, leaving the one guy to take care of his buddies. Looking at her, he chuckled. "Seeing what you did to that poor guy reminds me not to piss you off." She only shook her head. "Why did you want that guy's jacket?" "For you to wear," he answered, handing it to her. "It's nice and looks to be your size." "Okay, and why were you so long coming back? I thought you were just making a call." She stopped to look at him. Grinning, he pulled out a set of keys and dangled them. "I got us a new set of wheels." He pointed to an old Chevy parked in front of the hotel. Walking over, she looked it over. What she saw made her break out in laughter. It had more rust on it than paint. The back passenger window behind the driver's seat had no glass and was covered up with plastic and tape. "Okay," he said, waving his hand toward the vehicle. "So it isn't pretty, but it runs and will get us where we need to go." He threw the bag of clothes in the back seat along with the other bags. "Why are you putting the bags in here?" she asked. "We're leaving," he answered. "But we just got here, and we have a room for the night." Alexis was tired and hoping for a good night's sleep in a warm, clean bed. "Yeah, I know, but I have a feeling Milo's men aren't far behind, and as soon as we get to the safe house, the better." He opened the passenger door for her. "Your chariot awaits, my lady." Shaking her head, she slid into the front seat, laughing when the door creaked loudly when he shut it.
It wasn't even 2 hours later that Jackson noticed a black sedan behind them. It looked new and out of place in this part of the country. He stepped on the gas, driving faster. The sedan also speeded up.
Alexis saw how he kept checking the rearview mirror and how he was driving faster. "Jackson, what's going on?" she asked. "We're being followed," he answered. She turned around and looked out the back window. Her heart started racing, and she felt a chill go through her. Looking at Jackson, she cried out, "What are we going to do?" Stepping on the gas and finding it wouldn't go any faster, he cursed. "You're going to have to drive, baby," he said. "What?" she shrieked. "Climb onto my lap and take over," he ordered her. "I can't," she cried. "God damn it, Alexis, do as I say now," he yelled at her. She did what he wanted, and he slid over and reached into the back seat and grabbed what looked like some kind of machine gun, only smaller. The car behind speeded up, and then they heard gunfire. A bullet hit the back window, the glass shattered, and she let out a scream. Chapter 10. Rolling down the window, he turned to look at Alexis. "Whatever happens, you keep driving."
"What are you going to do?"
she cried out, unable to keep the fear from coming out as she stared straight ahead. "I'm going to stop them." Then, sticking his upper body through the window, started shooting. Not being able to get a good shot, he pulled his left leg out and was straddling the frame. Seeing Jackson hanging out the window, she screamed, "What are you doing? Get back in here." Not watching the road, she started weaving, causing Jackson to slip.
"Easy, baby,"
he yelled. As the bullets flew, he took his shot, hitting the driver between the eyes. Lucky shot. It was a lucky shot on his part. The black sedan swerved, flipping on its side. Jackson took another shot, hitting the gas tank where it exploded. Fire and smoke billowed up into the air. Crawling back inside, he told her to pull over, saying it in a quiet, soothing tone. She was obviously shaken and in shock, but she did what she was told. Getting out, he went to the driver's side and opened the door. Taking her hand, he helped her out. They looked over at the fire and smoke, her body trembling as she fell into his arms. "They're dead," she whispered. He held her tightly. "It was them or us, and now they won't be able to tell the others what we're driving." He took her chin in his hand, moving her face up to look at him. "Let's get out of here before someone comes along." Though she was wearing the jacket Jackson had taken from the guy at the laundromat, she was shivering. He removed his jacket and placed it over her shoulders, putting his arm around her as he drove.
It was getting late, so he pulled over and, getting out, covered the back window with some plastic that he found in the trunk, cleaning the shattered glass and tossing it into the ditch. He went over and squatted down in front of Alexis, where she sat on a log watching him.
"There's a town up ahead. We'll get a room, okay?" he asked, worried about her as she hadn't spoken a word in over 2 hours. All she did was nod her head yes. He had intended on driving straight through till they reached their destination, but seeing the state she was in, felt it was better to get a decent night's sleep. Even though she was trying to be brave, he knew she was terrified and figured a night of rest would do her some good. The town was humming with people, apparently. There was some kind of festival going on. Pulling up to a hotel, he prayed there was a room available. Luck was on their side. There was one room left, and that was only because there was a cancellation at the last minute.
It was a really nice place and offered room service.
"Why don't you take a nice warm bath to get warmed up, and I'll order room service. Is there anything you'd like to have?" he asked. Grabbing a clean shirt from the bag, she thought about it for a minute. She was never one for junk food, but tonight she felt like something different. "Yes, I want a big fat juicy cheeseburger and fries," she smiled. He smiled back. "You know what? That sounds good. I'll have the same thing." Laying in the tub, she thought about Jackson, wondering if he was going to break her heart again. He made love to her with so much passion, and she wondered what would happen when all this was over. Would he leave her again? It wasn't as though he said he loved her or made any promises. One thing she did know for sure was that she was still deeply in love with him, and that she had never stopped loving him. Coming from the bathroom in his shirt, she saw him standing by the window looking out, so she went over and stood next to him. "What are you thinking about?" she asked. Just as he was about to speak, room service showed up. The smell of burgers and fries filled the room, and Alexis inhaled deeply. Her stomach growled. Jackson opened the wine and poured them both a glass. They feasted on greasy burgers and fries loaded with gravy. Seeing him smile, she asked what he was grinning at.
"You have sauce on your face. Here, let me wipe it off."
Hauling her off the couch, he put her on his lap. The warm sweep of his lips across her cheek sent tingles through her as his lips went to her neck, leaving a trail of feathery soft kisses all the way down to her breasts. Unbuttoning the shirt, he moved lower. Laying her down, he entered her plump, swollen lips that were slick and moist. She gasped when she felt him enter, and she started to squirm, rocking against him as he took her. Totally satisfied, they lay there, touching and kissing. Fear of the unknown of what would happen was temporarily forgotten. When they finally made it to the bed, they instantly fell asleep, past events draining them both. Waking to the soft sound of Jackson's snoring, she looked up into his face. Deep lines were etched on his forehead and some around his eyes. Her finger traced along the thin scar over his right chest, and when he opened his eyes and touched her hand, she raised herself up on her elbow. "How did you get this scar?" she asked. "It happened when I was on a job. The wife of a man I was hired to kill shot me. Took me by surprise. When I saw her, I lowered my gun. I thought she was innocent, and I wasn't about to shoot a woman. Her hands were behind her back, and when she brought them around, she had a gun and shot me." "Oh, Jackson," Alexis cried out, tears springing to her eyes. He cupped her under the chin, raising her face up. "I survived. I'm here." He pulled her close, caressing her back. "Jackson." "Yeah," he answered. "If the reason you left me was to protect me from the job you were doing, then why didn't you ever come back once you left?" She sniffed, trying not to cry. He hesitated before speaking. "I did come back for you, but you had moved on, married some prick. I thought that you were happy and in love, so I didn't want to upset your world." "I was never in love with him, Jackson," she replied. Shifting his body, he turned to her. "Then why would you marry him?" Sitting up, she covered her naked body with the sheet. "When you left me, I was heartbroken and started drinking a lot. I met Grant, who also liked drinking. We became drinking buddies, and before I knew it, we were married." "So why did the marriage end?" "I got so sick of waking up with a hangover, so I stopped drinking, but Grant wouldn't. He then started doing cocaine, and I wouldn't, so I decided to divorce him." "Did he ever hurt you?" Jackson asked, praying he hadn't. "No." She shook her head, then looked at him. "I never loved him. There was only one man I ever loved, and that was you. I would pretend it was you touching me, but it never worked." Jackson felt his heart breaking. He hadn't realized how much he had hurt her by leaving. "And Milo?" he asked. "Milo, what about him?" "Did you have feelings for him?" Jackson asked. He knew he had no right to ask her, but he couldn't stop himself. "Hell no, he's a monster. At first, he seemed so nice, but boy was I wrong. I didn't want anything to do with him, but he made it clear I had no choice. My skin crawled every time he touched me. The more I tried to fight him off, the worse it became, raping me, beating and threatening to let his men have me. I was scared into submission." She broke down crying, letting it all out for the first time, and it felt good. Jackson pulled her into his arms, hating Milo more every second. He would make the man pay for what he had done to her. He would kill him with his bare hands, and he would do it slowly and make him suffer. "Don't cry, baby. He'll pay. I promise you that. Now, why don't you and I shower together? To save time, and then we really have to get a move on." They showered and then had a quick bite to eat, dropped the bags into the car, and took off. Chapter 11. The day started off cool, but soon turned hot. There was no air conditioner in the car, so they had to drive with the windows rolled down. They were covered in sweat. Until the full extent of the heat hit, they hadn't noticed the smell in the car. It smelled like rotten meat. The water they had brought along was no longer cold, now warm, leaving a gross taste in their mouth. Even though Alexis didn't complain, he saw how the heat was affecting her and knew he had to get something cold for her to drink. "We should be coming to a garage soon. We'll stop and get some gas and a cold drink." She shook her head, and he saw how her hand shook when she undid a few buttons on her shirt, hoping to get some relief from the heat. He too had his shirt unbuttoned, but a lot of good that did. When they finally stopped, he helped her out of the car and walked with her over to a tree and sat down under it. There was no breeze, but it was shady. Compared to the car, it was much cooler. "Stay here while I pump the gas and grab us some drinks." Alexis leaned against the tree. Her heart was racing, and she felt dizzy. When Jackson came back, he handed her the water, instructing her to take small sips. He was worried about her when he saw how her chest was heaving rapidly, like she was having problems breathing. He was sure she had a mild case of heat stroke. Having her lay back against him, he soaked a cloth with some water and placed it on her forehead. Being the hottest day of the year and the sun so bright, he now wished they had stayed at the hotel another day. It was obvious she couldn't travel in her condition. He knew he had to do something. "Baby, wait here. I'm going back over to the garage. It's right there, just a few feet away." Taking a sip of water, she said, nodded, and laid back down. He returned a few minutes later. "Hey, I found somewhere to go where it's cooler, a little bed and breakfast." She shook her head. "No, we have to keep moving, Jackson. I'll be okay now." "Alexis, you listen to me. It's too hot, and you're not well. We'll stay till it cools down and drive through the night." When she tried to argue, he scooped her up in his arms and carried her over to the bed and breakfast, which was across from the garage. After getting her settled in, he went and moved the car around back and brought in the bags. He noticed she looked better already as she lay on the bed. True to the garage owner's word, the place was nice and cool. He lay next to her and watched as she went to sleep curled up in his arms. He figured he might as well sleep too. That way he would be wide awake to drive all night.
Oversleeping, he woke her up. Alexis, it's time to get moving.
Her eyes fluttered open and she sat up. I'm sorry for being so much trouble, Jackson. Taking her face in his hands, he kissed her. He then pulled away. You're not. Are you feeling better? He asked. Yes, she said as she kissed him back. Do I have time to take a quick shower? Pulling her up, he smiled. Okay, I'll go let them know we're leaving, pay the bill, and then we'll go. Jackson, thanks for taking care of me, she said as a smile crept up on her face. It's my job to protect you, he answered. She teared up. Actually, now that glitter is gone, you're no longer obligated to do so. Maybe not, but I still plan on taking care of you, he smiled. Now go take that shower. He walked out. He didn't give a damn about the money he would have gotten for protecting her. He wasn't planning on taking it anyways. He had to call Steve and needed to know what Milo's next plan of action was. Steve had all kinds of spies working for him and was also a master of disguise. He could be standing next to Milo, and the man would never know it. He himself had been fooled by Steve on many occasions. He loaded up the car and handed her a bag. What's this? She asked, looking inside. The lady of the house packed us a lunch to take with us, some sandwiches and fruit, he said as he got in and started the car, the muffler making a loud noise as he drove off. That was so sweet of her, Alexis said as she took one out and shared it with him. She was hungry since she hadn't eaten in a while. Will we be there soon? She asked, taking another bite of her sandwich. A couple of hours, he replied. They were a few miles away from their destination when they heard a pop. Shit, he cursed. We've got a flat tire. Pulling over to the side of the road, he got out, and she followed. Going to the trunk, he cursed again. Goddamn it, there's no spare. What do we do now? She asked as she looked around. We walk. Pulling her into his arms, moved a strand away from her face. Leaning down, brushed his lips against hers in a light kiss. Ready? He asked. Walking along the side of the road, she started asking questions about where they were going. So this place you're taking me to, what's it like? It's in the middle of nowhere, well guarded. No one can get in or out. It's the safest place to be if you're hiding. Some of the most ruthless and dangerous men take care of the place, and whoever needs protecting, you'll be safe with them. She looked over at him, wondering what he meant by her being safe with them. You mean we'll be safe with them, right? Before he could answer, they heard the sound of motorcycles getting close. Then they saw them approaching. There were at least 6 of them. Jackson dropped the bags and shoved her behind him as he reached around his back, reaching for the gun. Stay here, he ordered as he walked towards them when they stopped. Jackson, no, she cried out, but he ignored her and kept walking. She couldn't hear what was being said, but she did see the man with a beard and long hair grab Jackson, putting him in a chokehold. She panicked, bent down, and opening the bag, pulled out a gun. With hands that shook, she aimed the gun up into the air and pulled the trigger, bringing all the men to a standstill. With mouths gaping open, they looked from her to Jackson. Pointing the gun at the one holding Jackson, she yelled out, "Let him go now, or I'll shoot you." "Okay, lady," he said as he released Jackson. Jackson walked slowly towards her. "Put the gun down, Alexis. It's okay. It's not what you think." Reaching her, he took the gun from her hand, which was shaking. "What are you doing?" she cried when she saw the men walking over to them, and they were laughing. "They're friends, Alexis. They run the safe house. Meet Mo, Glenn, Frank, Niall, Freddie, and of course my good friend Spike." Looking at the men, she swallowed hard. They looked like a biker gang with their long hair and tattoos. How was she to know? "Sorry I pointed a gun at you," she said to Spike, who appeared to be the leader. "That's all right, pretty lady." He turned to Jackson. "Why are you walking?" "Car had a flat, no spare. Sure glad you showed up, though," Jackson said, shaking his hand. "Good thing we came along. Tie your bags to the back of my bike." Then Spike yelled over to Mo, "Give them your bike." "Why me?" Mo complained. "Just do it," he barked back. Alexis got up behind Jackson. She had never been on a bike before and was a little hesitant about doing so now. Putting the helmet over her head, Jackson smiled. "Just hang on tight to me," he told her. They rode for about 4 miles, then stopped. Alexis looked up in awe. "My God, it looks like a castle, but how? There are no castles in this country." Jackson started to explain. "It was built by a millionaire who was a bit crazy. He died in there at the ripe old age of 100. Had no relatives, so it sat for over 50 years. Outcasts started drifting in and made it their home. Now it's a safe house." They were shown inside and given a room upstairs. Once they were settled, they went back down and joined the others. Sitting around the table, they were given a beer. Jackson told Spike and the others about Milo and how he was hired to protect her. Spike squinted his eyes. "So how is it Milo's men were always able to find you?" he asked. "Damned if I know. The only one besides me and Alexis who knew where we were going was Steve," Jackson answered. Was all Spike said. Jackson looked at him and shook his head. "Oh no, I know what you're thinking. Steve is my friend and partner. He would never betray me. He's a good man, and I trust him with my life." "You sure, man?" Spike asked. Alexis didn't want to say anything, but the same thought had crossed her mind. Jackson's eyes narrowed. "I'm sure." A woman walked in and, seeing Jackson, screamed and ran over, landing on his lap. "Jackson, baby, oh God, how I've missed you." She straddled his lap and planted her lips on his, giving him a quick kiss. Moving his head back, he smiled. "Tina, hey, how are you doing?" He looked over at Alexis and saw how her lips were pressed into a thin line. It was clear she was angry. Chapter 12. Alexis couldn't help the surge of jealousy that raced through her veins when the brunette jumped on his lap. And when Tina kissed him, she wanted to grab her by the hair and yank her off Jackson. But seeing that he wasn't stopping her, she figured the two of them had a history together. So she sat quietly as the two talked. That was until the woman started running her hands through his hair. Standing up swiftly, making the legs of the chair scratch the floor loudly, drawing everyone's attention. Her face flushed, announced, "It's late. I'm going to bed." Turning, she disappeared around the corner, heading upstairs. Oh, someone is in trouble.
"Looks like you're in the doghouse, Jackson,"
Spike chuckled. Putting his hands on Tina's waist, moved her off him, knowing he had better go and clear things up with Alexis. "Looks that way. It is late, so I'll just head up and see how she's doing." "Hope I didn't get you into too much trouble, Jackson," Tina said, as she sat next to Spike. "You did go a little too far, Tina, but I'll explain everything to Alexis." He went to leave until Tina stood up and, going over, placed her hand on his arm. "You really care about her, don't you?" "What is she to you, Jackson?" "My ex-wife," he answered. Tina gasped. "She's the one you told us about, and you're still in love with her. Be careful, Jackson. Snipers and terrorists couldn't bring you down, but she might." Angrily, he shook her hand off from his arm. "She will never hurt me. Not physically, but I know you and how you were when you left her. Now, if things go wrong and you lose her again, then what will happen to you?" "I'm not going to lose her, and Milo will never get his hands on her. I'm going to kill him, and then she'll be safe." He turned and left the room. He walked into the bedroom. As she was pulling a white shirt from the duffel bag, she glanced over at him and stood up straight. "You can find another bed to sleep in," she snapped. "There aren't any more available." he said with a grin on his face. With a shirt in hand, she went to walk past him. As she did so, she hissed, "Go sleep in Tina's bed then." He grabbed her arm. "You're jealous." "Fuck you, Jackson," she said, breaking free from his grip and walking to the bathroom. She was fuming and figured a warm shower would help her to forget about Jackson and Tina. Running the water to the shower, she dropped her clothes and stepped in. She felt a draft and turned around to find Jackson had pulled the curtain open and was standing there naked. He then stepped in. "What the hell do you think you're doing? Get out," she screamed. "We need to talk," he said as he moved closer, only for her to back away, trying to cover herself up with her hands. He laughed. "Oh, please, I've seen you naked."
If you won't leave, I will.
She went to step out of the shower, but he grabbed her, putting her up against the wall with her hands above her head. The warm water flowed over their bodies. She shivered, her breasts heaving rapidly up and down. His body touched hers as he leaned in. "You've no reason to be jealous of Tina. There's nothing between us. We are just friends." "Stop, Jackson, just stop," she moaned, feeling his erection pressing against her. Ignoring her, he held her hands with one hand above her head. His lips went to her neck. Using his tongue, he licked the water from her neck. His other hand moved slowly down over her soft, round breasts, moving lower, reaching in between her thighs. He felt inside her swollen lips. She was wet, ready for him. "You still want me to stop?" he asked, his words coming out ragged, his breathing heavy when he pulled away to look at her. "Bastard," she cursed him. Freeing herself from his hold on her, she threw her arms around his waist, pulling him back in closer as her lips reached for him. Pushing her back up against the wall, he crushed her lips with his, forcing her mouth open. His tongue roamed inside her mouth. He then lifted her up, and she wrapped her legs around him, panting and moaning when she felt him slid inside. Jackson loved the feel of her wet skin on his, the way it tasted. The purring sound of her moans drove him wild with desire. He began thrusting harder into her. The feel of her fingers digging into his flesh, and with the sound of her screams, he could not hold back any longer. Slamming harder into her, she let out a strangled scream when she peaked, bringing him along with her. Legs still wrapped around him, he carried her to the bed, and laying her down, devoured her body with his mouth, moving down between her legs. She felt as his tongue moved inside, and the grazing of his teeth against her soft flesh. Moving up, he took her hand and placed it on the contour of his hard shaft. "This is what you do to me. Tell me, what should I do with it?" he said as he looked down at her. "Put it inside me," she purred, her mouth slightly parted as she opened her legs for him. "Now," she said with such demand. Kaising her, he moved right in with one swift thrust, moving intimately inside her as she squirmed frantically beneath him. When they were done, he held her close, feeling the beating of her heart against his chest. "Jackson, were you and Tina ever lovers?" He stroked her back and groaned. Why did women always want to talk after sex, he wondered. "No, never, just friends. I swear, baby, she and Spike are lovers, have been for years." She sat up. A look of shock crossed her face. "No way. But he was sitting right there when she jumped you and kaised you. Doesn't that bother him?" "He knows she didn't mean anything by it," he answered. "But it really bothered you, didn't it?" He already knew the answer by the way she reacted earlier. "Yes, I wanted to pull her hair out," she replied. Then looking at Jackson, she started laughing. It did sound silly once she said it out loud. Later, Jackson sat by the window looking out. Every now and then looked over at Alexis, who was asleep, lying on her stomach with the covers tossed aside. Her perfect rear was in plain view. Ever since he had left her, he had thought about the day that he might see her again. He hated the thought of anything happening to her, so, in order to save her, he must kill Milo. It wouldn't be easy, not with all the men he had guarding him. Going over to the bed, he pulled the covers over her. She wrinkled up her nose and made soft little moaning sounds. He crawled back into bed with her, his arm draped around her. The sun shining in through the window woke her. looking over on Jackson's side, saw he was gone. Getting up, she dressed and went down the winding staircase to the front room. Seeing Mo, asked if he knew where Jackson was. Yeah, he and Spike are outside fixing one of the bikes. Women are in the kitchen making breakfast. They are waiting for you.
Me, why? She asked.
Mo shrugged his shoulders. Guess it's 'cause here the women cook for us men. You're a woman, right? Alexis felt like slapping the man. He was an arrogant jerk. She left him sitting there reading some girly magazine and went to join the women in the kitchen. There was a total of 11 women. Some were cooking, others were cleaning. She pitched in with the cooking and Tina struck up a conversation with her. Alexis, I'm sorry if I gave you the wrong impression last night about me and Jackson. We are only friends, that's all. Giving Tina a smile.
I know, he told me.
Did he also tell you that he saved my Spike's life? Her eyes went all dreamy when she mentioned Spike. No, he didn't. How? She asked.
Spike, his real name is Troy Hackett, was a sergeant in the army, stationed abroad. He was taken prisoner. Jackson and some others went in and got them out. It was a mission that took them 3 weeks. But he brought my Spike home, and that's why I love the man. Now we run this place, taken the worst of the worst and turn them around. With their help, we've made this into a safe haven for those who need protecting.
Alexis was overwhelmed. There was so much about Jackson she didn't know. He was brave and led a dangerous and exciting life. She was only a waitress, serving drinks. Hearing all this about him, she realized that she would never be enough for him. He would soon get bored with her. Any hopes of them getting back together were quickly dashed. Even if he wanted to, how soon would it be before he got bored and left? The men came in all happy and yapping like a bunch of schoolgirls, and the reason was due to the fact that Spike and Tina, after being together for 8 years, decided to get married tomorrow here. Getting into bed that night, he noticed how quiet she was. You okay? He asked, pulling her to him and kissing her neck, the flames of desire already lit in his already growing manhood. Not wanting to tell him what was bothering her, she reached under the cover, took hold of him, and gave it a gentle squeeze. I'm okay, just a little bit horny.
Hell, I can take care of that for you, he said as he climbed on top.
Chapter 13. The next day, Alexis woke early to help with decorating the main living room where the wedding was going to take place. It was to be a simple wedding, some decorations, champagne and food, and of course some dancing. Jackson was busy outside tying ribbons and tin cans to the back of Spike's motorcycle. The wedding was to start at 2 o'clock, a party afterwards. Then the couple would take off for a 3-day honeymoon. It really wasn't your typical wedding. The guests were a bunch of misfits, bikers and ex-cons, all armed with guns and knives, even the bride. Going upstairs, Alexis knocked on Tina's door, wanting to see if she could be of some help getting her ready. When she entered the room, she gasped when she saw Tina in a long white sleek gown, her tattoos showing. Her hair was done up on top of her head. Oh, Tina, you look absolutely beautiful. Thank you, she answered as she lifted her dress and placed a small gun in the hostler that was strapped to her thigh. She looked over at Alexis. Do you have a dress to wear? Tina asked her. Alexis was kind of surprised when she heard it was to be a dressed-up affair. No, but I'll just stay in the kitchen and get the food ready. You'll do no such thing. Jackson will be there and so will you. Walking over to the door, she opened it and yelled for Karen. You two are the same size. She'll lend you something to wear. Once dressed, she went downstairs, and the men were all standing around, drinks in their hands. She was pleasantly surprised to see they were clean and wearing dress pants and jackets, and not the usual jeans and t-shirts. The women wore dresses and had their hair done up. They all looked so lovely. Spike had cut his hair and trimmed his beard. With his blonde hair and broad shoulders, he looked quite handsome. And Jackson, when she saw him, she felt the butterflies in her stomach doing a dance. He was so tall, dark, and handsome. Jackson turned around and saw Alexis standing by the door. Grabbing 2 glasses of champagne, he walked over and handed her one. Seeing her in that short red dress, the way it hugged her curves, his heart started beating rapidly. "Wow, you look amazing in that dress."
"It belongs to Karen." Her words rushed, and she felt her cheeks turning red from the way he was staring at her.
Looking around, she could see the men had guns under their jackets, even Jackson. "Is it really necessary for everyone to carry weapons?" she asked. "I mean, no one can get in through the gate, and there are men outside watching. No plan is foolproof." He stroked her cheek with the back of his hand. "We can't take any chances with Milo after you." The ceremony was about to begin, so they took their seats. As the minister was saying his part, Jackson took her hand, and their fingers entwined. When Spike and Tina were saying their vows, Alexis looked over at Jackson, who was already looking at her. Eyes locked for what seemed an eternity, she finally tore her eyes away from his. All this brought back memories of when they married. It was just the 2 of them in front of the justice of the peace. Neither one had any family. After he had slipped the wedding band on her finger, he picked her up and his kiss was long and deep. Later, he took her to a motel where they spent hours making love. He never tired, nor did she. After the couple kissed, the champagne was popped open and the music started up. Taking Alexis in his arms, held her close as they danced. She looked up at him just as he looked down. Their lips lightly touched as they swayed to the music. Anyone watching them would see how much in love they were. The way he held her and the way they kissed only proved it. Tina came bouncing over to cut in. Alexis went and got herself another drink and watched them and the others. Spike came over and, grabbing her arm, took her over for a dance. "Thanks for helping with all the preparations for this wedding," he said to her. Spike was a very tall man with a huge build. Not in the sense of being heavy or fat, more muscular with bulging biceps. She had to look way up to look into his eyes. "You're welcome. It's the least I can do for you and the others who are helping me," she replied. "Hey, we all here will do anything for Jackson, and you're important to him, so that makes you important to us." Her eyes locked onto Jackson's eyes as they danced with someone else. Spike moved her over to where the other 2 were dancing and called out switch. So now she was back in Jackson's arms. Resting her head on his shoulder, felt the warmth from his hands as they moved slowly up and down her back. Meanwhile, Mo, who was still standing in the corner gulping his beer. He was the only one not dressed up. Still, in his ripped jeans and stained sweatshirt, his dirty red hair all shaggy. His eyes kept darting to and from the front entrance's way. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and he kept wiping the palms of his hands over his jeans. The 4 of them stood together talking: Spike, Tina, Jackson, and Alexis. "Say, Spike, what's the story on that Mo guy?" Jackson asked. They all turned to where Mo was sitting quietly in the corner. "He's new to the group, a loner, don't talk much," Spike answered. Alexis felt sorry for the man sitting by himself drinking while everyone was eating and having a good time. "I'm going to take him over a plate of food," she said. Going over to the table, she grabbed a paper plate and loaded it with sandwiches and other assorted finger foods. Going over to Mo, she handed him the plate. "Hi, I thought you could use a bite to eat." Mo wouldn't look her in the eye. Taking the plate she offered him, mumbled a thank you, and sat back down. She went back over to the others, and someone started making speeches. Then it was time for Tina to throw the bouquet of flowers. Alexis stood back, not wanting to be involved with that part of the ceremony. But Tina wasn't letting her away with it, dragging her up to join the others. And wouldn't you know it, it landed right at her, hitting her in the chest. She had no choice but to grab it. Looking at Jackson, she blushed when he stared at her. Then he looked away, averting her eyes. Jackson noticed that Mo had disappeared. He was nowhere in the room and wondered where he had gotten to. His gut was telling him that something wasn't quite right where that man was concerned. Alexis was in the kitchen tidying up when Jackson walked in. Coming up behind her, he turned her around to face him. "Why are you hiding in here?" he asked. "I'm not hiding, I'm just cleaning up a little," she answered.
"You're so beautiful,"
he said out of the blue. Then he pulled her close. His mouth came down hard on her mouth in a deep kiss. Pulling away, he smiled. "The happy couple will be leaving in a few minutes. We should go out there and say our goodbyes." Everyone gathered around as Spike said a few words before leaving. But then there was a loud bang, causing everyone to draw their weapons, even the women. Jackson immediately pushed Alexis behind him. "What's going on?" Alexis asked behind his back. Someone had gone to check out what the noise was. Then they heard gunshots. Taking shelter with their guns pointed, all hell broke loose. Chapter 14. As soon as the intruders stormed in Jackson, and the others stood, legs slightly apart and guns raised, they opened fire, taking them out within seconds. Then someone yelled out, "There's more coming." Jackson turned to Tina, his voice rough. "Take Alexis through the secret wall and up to the tower." "No," Tina yelled. "I have to stay here and help." But Spike interrupted her, taking her in his arms. "Do it, baby." He then gave her a loving kiss. Grabbing Jackson's arm with a trembling hand, Alexis pleaded with him, her eyes clouded with fear. "Please, I want to stay with you." Cupping her chin in the palm of his hand, stared into her eyes, and seeing them were filled with fear and tears, pulled at his heartstrings. "I don't have time to argue with you, now go." He cupped the back of her head, bringing her in for a kiss before Tina grabbed her arm, dragging her away. Going into the other room, Tina pushed on a panel, and it slid open. Stepping inside a hallway, she closed the door behind them and flipped a switch. Lights flashed on. Alexis shivered when she looked around the damp hallway that was gloomy and had cobwebs everywhere. She cringed. She hated spiders. Where there were cobwebs, there would be spiders, and she could almost imagine them crawling on her as they made their way through the passageway. "What is this place, and where does it lead to?" she asked as she followed behind Tina. "A secret passageway that leads to many different parts of the castle," she answered as she led the way. After 10 minutes, they came to a door. Tina opened it, and they stepped into what appeared to have been at one time a bedroom. "Now what?" Alexis asked. Before Tina had a chance to answer, the door swung open, and a man raised his gun, his eyes dark with hate, but Tina was quicker and shot him dead. "Bastard," she said as she gave him a kick. "That will teach you to fuck up my wedding," she growled through gritted teeth. Stepping into the hallway, Tina was taken by surprise and struck over the head with the butt of a gun. She fell to the ground, her gun sliding out of her hand, and landed against the wall. He pointed the gun at Tina's head and smirked. "No honeymoon for you, bitch," he said, leering at her. With the man's attention on Tina, Alexis knew she had to do something before he killed Tina, so she grabbed the gun that was lying on the ground. Her hand trembled as she pulled the trigger and shot him in the chest, killing him instantly. Dropping the gun, which suddenly felt heavy in her small hand, she squatted next to Tina, checking her pulse, and thanked God she found one. Hearing footsteps on the cement floor, she picked up the gun again. Her hand shaking, she pointed it. A man appeared, tall and menacing looking. Seeing Alexis pointing a gun at him, and the way her hand shook, he smirked and pointed his gun at Tina's head. "Drop the gun or I'll shoot your friend," he hissed. She had no choice. No way could she let him shoot Tina. When she dropped the gun, he grabbed her arm roughly and pulled her to her feet. Turning Alexis around and slamming her face first against the wall, he removed his tie and tied her hands behind her back. She felt sick when she felt his breath on her neck and the way he ran his fingers up her arm. "God, I wish I had time to fuck you, baby, but the boss wants you back now. Guess he has plans for you." His voice was rough and menacing. "You won't get away with this. Jackson will find us, and when he does, he'll kill you," she cried out, the tie digging into her flesh. He laughed. "Your boyfriend is probably dead by now, and so are the others." The man then took her through another passageway. It didn't take Jackson and the others long to take down the intruders. "Let's get the women," he shouted at Spike. They made their way up the back steps, taking them two at a time. With the adrenaline rushing through their veins, each man feared for the woman they loved. When they reached the room where the women were and saw Tina lying lifeless, Spike let out a blood-curdling scream as he knelt down next to her. Pulling her up into his arms, stroked her bloodied and bruised face. "Baby, come on, baby, open your eyes. I love you, Tina." His voice cracking, close to crying. Jackson stood watching, seeing his friends in so much pain was tearing him apart, praying that Tina would be okay. With clenched fists, he hoped he would have the chance to get his hands on the man who did this to her. He let out a huge sigh of relief when she opened her eyes and touched Spike's cheek.
"I'm okay, baby,"
she said as her vision began to clear. She looked over at Jackson. "He's got her. Go, Jackson, help Alexis." Jackson bent down. "You're going to be fine. You're one tough lady." "Yay, I know. Now go," she yelled at him. He kissed her cheek and took off, gun loaded and ready to kill the bastard who had Alexis. As he moved quietly upwards, he could hear footsteps. Hiding around the corner, he aimed his gun, and when the footstep got close, he came out from his hiding spot. Seeing Jackson, the other man wrapped his arm around Alexis's neck. He held the gun to her head and hissed at Jackson, "Drop the gun, or I swear I'll shoot her." He looked into her eyes and saw the fear in them, and seeing her hands tied behind her back, he became outraged. His dark eyes swirling like a storm about to erupt, he stared at the man holding her. "Let her go, and I'll let you walk out of here alive."
"Fuck you,"
he said, pressing the gun into her temple. Jackson held up his hands. "Okay," and putting it down, "just relax. How much will it take to let her go? Name your price." "You are mad. If I took your deal, I'd be a dead man. Milo would not only kill me, but also torture me. No thanks, pal." Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he averted his eyes away from Jackson's. As he went to pull the trigger to shoot Jackson, Alexis lifted her foot and brought it down as hard as she could on the man's foot. Cursing, he let go of her, and she fell to the ground. In the split second that he was distracted, Jackson rolled on the ground, grabbed the gun, and shot the man in the head, killing him instantly. Reaching Alexis, he untied her hands and held her close to his chest, feeling her body shaking in his arms. "I've got you now. You're okay." She looked up at him, tears streaming down her face. "Tina, she's hurt. Spike's with her. She's going to be okay. Now let's get you out of her," he said, shielding her face from the sight of blood and brains scattered in front of them. They made it downstairs where the others were gathered. "Tina," Alexis said, going over to her. "Thank God you're all right." "I am thanks to you, Alexis," she answered, then looked at Jackson. "She saved my life, shot that son of a bitch dead." Spike took Alexis in a bear hug, thanking her. She felt as though her bones were being crushed from his embrace. She was so grateful when he finally released her. "Thank you," he said, and went back to Tina, tears in his eyes as he stared at his wife with so much love. "I don't know what I'd do if anything happened to you." Stroking his cheek, Tina sniffed. "You're never going to have to find out, my love." Jackson wrapped his arm around Alexis's waist, holding her close. He looked around at the people who were cleaning up the mess, getting rid of the bodies. How did they get in? Someone had to have helped them. We have a traitor in our midst. All eyes went to Mo, who was staring at the four of them, sweating. Guilt was written all over his face. Seeing the way they were watching him, he tried to get away, but another guy grabbed him, holding on. Spike, in a fit of rage, grabbed Mo by the throat and pinned him up against the wall. As Mo clawed at Spike's hands, trying to get some air in his lungs, Alexis screamed, "Stop, you're killing him." He released the man, who fell to the ground, trying to catch his breath. "Why did you do it, Mo?" Tina yelled. "We took you in when you had nowhere else to go, damn you. Talk, you bastard." He looked up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. $2,000, that's why. Spike squatted down in front of Mo. My wife was almost killed tonight, you bastard, for a lousy $2,000. Get your things and get out of here before I change my mind and kill you. Please no, Mo cried. I'm a wanted man. If I leave here, the cops will get me, and I'll go back to the slammer. Spike glared at him. And if you stay here, I'll kill you. Now get the fuck out. Mo jumped up and scurried out. Turning to Tina, Spike went over. We're going to have to postpone our honeymoon till things here get settled. Jackson and Alexis watched as the two looked at each other with so much love. Oh baby, Tina replied. We can honeymoon here upstairs. She winked at him. He scooped her up in his arms and turned to the other. We'll leave you all to this mess. The wife and I got some celebrating to do. Oh, and we don't want to be disturbed tonight. He then left the room with Tina in his arms. Jackson took hold of Alexis's hand. You've been through enough tonight. Let's get you upstairs. She was mentally and physically exhausted, so she didn't disagree when he led her upstairs to their bedroom. Chapter 15. Closing the door to their bedroom, Jackson took her hand in his, but she pulled away. He couldn't help feeling hurt at the abrupt way she moved it. Alexis, he said quietly as his hands dropped to his side. She saw the flash of hurt that crossed his face. I'm really sorry, Jackson. I need to be alone for a while, so I'm going to take a long bath. Grabbing a clean shirt, she walked into the bathroom. Sitting on the bed, he removed his shirt, running his hand through his thick black hair. All of a sudden, he felt old. His body ached, and his head was throbbing. Laying down, he listened to the running water as it filled the tub. Imagining her in there, her skin wet and soft, wanting to join her, but she had made it clear she wanted to be alone, so he waited. Soaking in the tub, Alexis let the tears fall. Her heart felt heavy and empty. So many had lost their lives, some wounded, and all because of her. And seeing how easily Jackson could kill without blinking an eye had her a little scared. A side of him she never knew existed until recently. Getting up, she dried off and slipped on the shirt. Walking into the bedroom, she saw Jackson lying on the bed, eyes closed. So she went over and got into bed, sitting there, knees bent and arms across them. Feeling his hand on her back, she looked over at him. I can't do this anymore, she whispered. Do what? Jackson asked, sitting up. Her bottom lip began to tremble. All of this, the hiding, the violence, people losing their lives because of me. It won't end till Milo gets me back. I'll go to him and talk him into ending it. Jackson's left eye started twitching. Becoming irritated, he grabbed her by her shoulders. Stop it, Alexis. Don't you give up on me now. We both know what that bastard will do to you if you go back. No, I will protect you, and once he's dead, you'll be free. But Jackson, she started to say till he stopped her. His mouth came crashing down on her mouth as he slowly laid her down, his fingers undoing the buttons on the shirt that she was wearing, their lips still locked in a passionate kiss, while his hand moved over her breasts, caressing. Her soft moans could be heard, which encouraged him to go on as he moved slowly down her stomach, reaching between her legs. When she felt Jackson's hand moving down, she opened her legs enough so that he could have easier access to the spot she was craving for him to touch. She let out a squeal of pleasure when he moved his mouth to her breasts and his fingers moved intimately inside her. Her hips began moving to the rhythm of his strokes. She felt the hard contour of his erection as it throbbed against her. Her hand took hold of it, and using her thumb ran it up and down. He let out a strangled growl as he moved on top of her, and with his mouth sucking softly on her neck, he moved inside her, arching her hips, drawing him in further, wanting more. Oh God, you are so sweet, he moaned, moving faster as he moved up and down. She had him wrapped inside her so tight and warm, and when she started screaming as she peeked, he let himself go, giving them both the release they needed. Hovering above her, he smiled when she reached up and moved the strand of hair that fell over his forehead. Now there will be no more talk about giving up, is that clear? He said. His dark eyes sparkled. Breaking out in a grin, she giggled. Anything so that I don't have to see that twitching thing you do. What twitching? He looked at her confused. When you get agitated or mad, your left eye twitches. Surely you must know that. I can't believe no one has told you. He rolled over onto his side, his arm around her waist. Nope, and I've never noticed it, he said as he pulled her close. Jackson was washed and dressed when she woke up. Smiling and stretching, she sat up, dropping the covers, leaving her breasts exposed in an attempt to entice him to come back to bed. He looked over and saw the sly smile on her face and knew what she was doing. Are you trying to seduce me? He watched as she ran her tongue over her bottom lips. He felt the swelling of his member coming to life. Is it working? She asked. Tearing off his clothes and jumping into bed threw her down, took her hand, laid it on his hard erection and smirked. You tell me, he said as he took her once again. Out of breath, they separated, lying side by side. Now we really have to go down, grab something to eat and get busy cleaning up, and there are some repairs to do, he said, giving her a kiss. Going down they ate, and then got busy at work. Alexis helped clean up the blood and broken dishes and furniture. Jackson helped the men with repairing the holes in the wall made by the bullets. After patching up the holes, they repainted the room. Of course, Spike and Tina were busy upstairs celebrating their marriage. Alexis never asked about the bodies. The truth was she didn't want to know. It was probably better that way. She was out back dumping the pail of bloody water out when one of the men, Keith, showed up. He was around her age with long brown hair and was quite attractive. His girlfriend Susan was busy upstairs.
How's it going?
He asked her, lighting a cigarette. She jumped. She hadn't seen him there. I'm fine, she stammered. Though he had always been friendly, there was something about him that made the hairs on the back of her head stand up. As she went to walk past him, he tossed the cigarette away, grabbed her arm, and put her up against the wall, his arms on both sides of her. What are you doing? She cried, trying to push him away. Come on, doll. I've seen the way you look at me. Everyone's busy, even Susan, so why don't we go over to the shed and get to know each other better? Alexis was shocked and tried to push him away. Get away from me. My God, you have a girlfriend. Yeah, so what? I'm not dead. I can still have some fun. I'm with Jackson, and if he catches you, he'll kill you. She moved her face when he went to kiss her and slapped him. Grabbing a fistful of her long blonde hair, yanked her head back, his mouth going to her neck. She began sobbing, begging him to stop, and when she went to scream, he clamped his hand over her mouth. She couldn't breathe. Her lungs felt like they were on fire, straining to get air. Then he dragged her into the shed. Shoving her in, she fell to the ground, scraping her knee and arms. He slammed the door shut and started undoing his belt buckle as he walked towards her as she tried to crawl backward, screaming. He moved so swiftly, landing on top, he yanked on her jeans. The horror of what he was about to do swept through her like a tidal wave. Her eyes widened. At that moment, it was Milo's face that she saw, felt his minty breath on her face. Closing her eyes, she cried as she struggled, kicking and clawing. Hearing the sound of his zipper knew no one could hear her screams, praying for death to take her from this nightmare that never seemed to end. Just as she was about to give up, she felt the weight of Keith's body leaving hers. The sound of a fist connecting to bone was loud. Opening her eyes, she saw Jackson pounding the man's face. Spike finally had to pull Jackson off him. Enough, Jackson, he said, holding him back. He looked at Alexis. Rushing over, he squatted down, taking her in his arms. She wrapped her arms around his neck when he lifted her up and carried her back to the house. It's okay, baby, I've got you. She buried her face in his neck, weeping quietly as he carried her inside and lay her down on the sofa, sitting next to her. She saw Spike dragging Keith in and flung him to the floor, standing over him in a threatening stand. We don't allow women abuse here, Spike swore. She came on to me, she wanted it, Keith cried out. Hearing the lies, Jackson felt the rage in him exploding like a volcano erupting. He sprang over and grabbed him by the collar, pulled him up and pushed him up against the wall. "You lying piece of shit." Putting his hands around Keith's neck started to choke the life out of him. Others had to tear him away. "Pack your bags and get out," Spike yelled. He then turned to Susan. "You're welcome to stay or leave with him." Susan glared angrily at Keith, spitting on him. "You pig, I wouldn't go with you if you were the last man on earth." Susan went over to sit with Tina and Alexis, apologizing to her for what Keith had tried to do to her. "Sorry, Alexis, I've always known he was a pig, but I never thought he'd try it on with someone here. Thank God Jackson and Spike found you in time." The girls moved when Jackson came back over and, picking Alexis up in his arms, carried her upstairs to their bedroom. Laying her down, used the back of his hand to stroke her cheek in a warm and loving gesture. "What's wrong with me?" she asked, looking up at him all teary-eyed. "There's nothing wrong with you. Why would you even say that? I keep attracting the same type of men. Men who think they can treat me this way, always hurting me." Bending over, he kissed her forehead. "I'll never hurt you," he answered back. "But you did, Jackson. You left me after only 3 months of marriage," she sniffed. What was he supposed to say to that? It was true. He had left her heartbroken, spinning her life into a tailspin. He was more determined than ever to protect her. Still fuming over what Keith had done, he knew he had to do something to make him pay. "Get some rest. I have something to take care of." Tina had given her something to make her sleep, so as she drifted off, he watched her. Then, picking up his gun, he left the room. Chapter 16. Jackson borrowed one of the guys' bikes and rode off, taking a shortcut in order to catch up to Keith. Staying far enough back so as not to alert him, he aimed his gun, shooting at the tire. The bullet hit and Keith's bike swerved straight toward the cliff. Not being able to stop, both man and bike went over where it hit the jagged rocks and exploded. Jackson stopped and, getting off the bike, went over to the edge of the cliff and watched the fiery inferno. Shaking his head, he got on the bike and headed back to the safe house. Grabbing a beer from the fridge, he headed upstairs to see how Alexis was doing. He felt his heart swelling with love for her as she lay there, asleep. Her hair fanned out on the pillow, her chest rising with every breath she took. She looked so young and innocent. His eyes grew moist from the tears that were threatening to come. There was no doubt in his mind that he would go to any length to protect her. Her eyes fluttered open, and she saw Jackson and held out her hand, a sign for him to move closer. His forehead was creased with deep frown lines. He looked as though he had the weight of the world on his shoulders, and maybe taking care of her was becoming too much, she thought sadly to herself. "I'm a burden to you, aren't I?" She couldn't bear to look at him in case he agreed. Stroking her cheek with his hand, he shook his head. "You could never be a burden to me. I am just tired." She patted the spot next to her on the bed. "Come lay down and rest. You look beat." "Where did you go?" she asked. "Nowhere important," he answered, not wanting to tell her what he had done. It would only upset her, and she would blame herself. "Jackson," she murmured.
Yeah.
He answered sleepily as he let out a muffled yawn. "I'm tired of being a victim, tired of being weak, and having someone take care of me. I want you to teach me some self-defense." Looking up, he smiled at her. "That's a good idea. We'll start tomorrow when you're feeling better." She heard the sound of his even breathing when he had fallen asleep. Getting up, she removed his shoes and covered him up with the blanket. Then, crawling under the covers, she laid beside him, and he automatically pulled her into his arms. Next day, with her hair done up in a ponytail, wearing jeans and a tank top, she was ready for her first lesson. She was unprepared for Jackson's attitude. He was all business. His mocking tone and sarcastic remarks were wearing thin on her nerves. "Never turn your back on the enemy," he yelled at her. "Shit, Jackson, stop yelling at me. You're being a jerk," she snapped at him. After 3 grueling hours, she was tired and her body ached. Grabbing her arm, he glared at her before barking. "This isn't a game, Alexis. Pay attention, and what you learn could save your life. Now, either we stop, or you pay attention. What's it going to be?"
Glaring angrily at Jackson gave him a shove.
"Okay, let's do this." He taught her several different moves. "Now, use the sole of your foot and kick as hard as you can on his knee. He can't chase you without the use of his legs." "You did that to someone, and you broke his leg," she said, remembering the sound of bone being broken. "Yes, I kicked him harder than I should have, but I had no choice," he smirked as he looked her over. "I doubt you'll be able to do that much damage."
"Jerk,"
she muttered loud enough for him to hear. He walked up to her and placed his hand below her ear on the neck. "This right here is called jaguar nerve. A weak blow there can cause loss of consciousness. A harder blow can kill a man." Alexis had enough and made it clear that she was done for the day. "I'm beat, Jackson. Let's call it a day," she said as she looked around at the others who seemed to be getting a kick out of the show. "After I show you a couple more moves," he answered and wrestled her to the ground. He straddled her, pinning her hands above her head. "This isn't your forte. I think you better stick to letting a man protect you," he said, smirking as he looked down at her. She knew he was about to kiss her in front of everyone from the way he was looking at her, but she was angry with him, so she drove her hips up. Knocking him off balance, she got out from under him and started hitting the way he showed her how to. He was impressed that she remembered that move. Okay, you can stop now," he said as he grabbed her wrists. Pulling away, she cursed him. "Jerk, you didn't have to be so nasty, treating me like some dumb bimbo." Turning, she stormed back into the house, hearing laughter behind her back. Running his hand over the back of his head, he watched as she walked away, knowing damn well he was in the doghouse, and it only made it worse when the others were watching, and they burst out laughing. Though he couldn't be sure who they were laughing at, him or Alexis. Jackson was about to go after her when Tina stopped him. "Let her cool down first, otherwise you'll be sleeping on the sofa tonight." After she showered and changed, went down to help with preparing supper. Jackson looked up, but she ignored him and walked past without so much as a glance. In the kitchen, she was making the salad when he came in and, walking up behind her, wrapped his arms around her tiny waist. His face nuzzled her neck. She smelled so good, the scent of lavender filled his nose, and her skin felt so silky smooth against his lips, awakening a part of him that needed to be inside her sweet warm spot. "I'm sorry about earlier." Reaching her hand up, she touched the side of his face, feeling the dark stubble against her fingertips. It felt rough, yet it looked good on him. He made it so hard for her to stay mad at him, especially with the way he was caressing the skin on her neck with his mouth. "I'm not as weak as you think I am," she whispered softly, hoping the others weren't watching them. "I know, baby, I'm sorry," he said as he moved his hand up and down her arms, sending shivers through her entire body. Over dinner, the group discussed the plans for remolding the rest of the castle. Later, they sat around drinking when Jackson got a call from Steve. He excused himself to take the call in private. Returning, he told them Milo was out of the country for a few days. He looked at Alexis. "We can relax for a while. Milo's men won't make a move till he returns." "A few more days for you to live before I kill you," he thought to himself. Laying in bed, hands behind his head, he waited for her to come out of the bathroom. He was expecting to see her wearing his shirt, but instead, she had on a short black nightgown. It was so sheer you could see right through it. Sitting up straight, he started to sweat, and his heart was racing as his eyes roamed up and down her body. And seeing her nipples, and the way they were so erect, he felt himself getting hard. The light from the bathroom cast a soft glow over her, revealing more of her body through the nightgown.
"Wow,"
he groaned, his mouth watering. Alexis blushed when she saw the lust in his eyes. Standing at the end of the bed, she deliberately stretched and yawned, knowing full well what she was doing and that it would turn him on. "Tina gave this to me," She said it was too small for her. Do you like it? She asked seductively, looking at him as she ran her tongue over her bottom lip. With a smile on his face, he moved the cover off him, letting her see for herself how much he liked it. I hope this answers your question. Now come here so that I can take it off you. The next few days were spent learning more self-defense and making love. The men started fixing up more rooms on the upper level, and the women kept busy cooking, cleaning, and taking care of the large garden where they grew most of their food.
Things were going great.
Alexis found she was not thinking about Milo or the danger she was still in. That was until she walked in on Jackson and Spike talking. I'm counting on you and the others to take care of Alexis till I get back, he said to Spike, not knowing she was standing at the door. The two men turned sharply when they heard her cry out. Chapter 17. Jackson looked over at Alexis. He didn't intend for her to find out this way. He wanted to tell her when they were alone, to explain. Spike cleared his throat when he saw the look the two were giving each other, so excusing himself, he slipped out of the room. He did not want to be around when the yelling started, and judging by the look on her face, he was sure there was going to be a lot of it. What's going on? She yelled. He walked over to her, taking her hand in his. I told you I was going to take Milo down, and now that he's back, I have to go back to Chicago. She pulled her hand away from his, the fear seeping through her heart as she looked up at Jackson. Take me with you. Christ, Alexis, you know I can't do that. It wouldn't be safe for you. Pounding her fists into his chest, began yelling at him. You promised to always take care of me, that you wouldn't let me out of your sight. I hate you, you're a liar. Grabbing her wrist to prevent her from hitting him, though he barely felt it when she hit him with her tiny fist. He hated seeing the anguish on her face. Knowing she was frightened, pulled her into his arms, holding her tight against him, stroking her back. Baby, please try and understand. It has to be this way. He held her until she stopped resisting and settled down. Her eyes pleaded with him. Only you can protect me, Jackson. I only feel safe when you're around. A single tear slid down her face as she clung to him. Using his left hand, he wiped the tear from her face, then cupping her chin, moved it up so that he could look into her eyes. I wouldn't leave you here if I didn't know Spike and the others could protect you. She sniffed. I don't want you to go. You can't take Milo down on your own. He's always surrounded by his men. Even when he used to take me into his room at the club and force himself on me, they were always there, outside the door. Just hearing how Milo raped her got his eyes twitching. The rage he felt towards the men had him seeing red. The only thing preventing him from smashing up the room he was in was the woman in his arms. He would not frighten her with his rage. She had been through enough. I won't be alone. Steve is going to round up some men to go with us. But Milo is mine. I'm going to make him suffer for what he's done to you and to whoever else he has harmed. When are you planning on going? She asked, her arms around him as she held on tight. Tomorrow morning. I'll drive straight through and be there by the following morning. Then I'll come straight back. The rest of that day Alexis was on edge. It felt like thousands of tiny pins were piercing her heart. It didn't feel right that he was leaving, and she feared for his safety. If anything happened to him, she wasn't sure if she could go on, or if she even wanted to. Alexis stood by the bedroom window, wearing his shirt, waiting for him to come up to bed, wanting, no needing him to make love to her. She wanted his arms around her. She felt so safe when he held her. It started to rain. She watched as it hit the window hard, making the glass vibrate. Little streaks of lightning lit up the sky. She hadn't heard Jackson enter, but could smell his scent, and as always, whenever he was near, butterflies fluttered inside her stomach. She turned to see him standing in the doorway watching her. Their eyes locked, but neither one made a move towards the other. After what seemed like a lifetime, he finally stepped into the room, shutting the door behind him. Baby, he said, a hint of sadness in his tone as he moved towards her. She tilted her head into the palm of his hand when he cupped her cheek. "You look so sad, sweetheart," he said. His heart ached at the thought of her feeling any kind of pain, physical or any otherwise. With a heart that was beating rapidly, she looked up as another tear slid down her cheek. "I'm scared, Jackson, scared you won't come back, that I'll lose you once again." Taking her face in his hands, he wiped the tears away with his thumbs. "I will come back, I promise you, Alexis, that nothing will keep me from you ever again." Leaning over, he kissed her, his tongue moving inside her mouth, loving the sounds she was making as she moaned softly. Alexis started undoing the buttons on the shirt he was wearing, sliding her hands up his chest, feeling his body as she moved up. She put her arms around his neck, and when he lifted her up, she wrapped her legs around his waist as he carried her over to the bed. With an intense urgency, he laid her down and, not bothering to undo her buttons, ripped the shirt, the buttons popping off, landing everywhere. Using his hands, mouth, and tongue, he tasted and felt every part of her body, savoring the taste of her. She felt his hands as they moved over her body. He was a little rougher than usual, but not to where he was hurting her. It was just more intense, and the way he kissed her sent a wave of hot desire coursing through her veins. Clutching him by the shoulders, screamed from the pleasure when he entered her wet opening. Her moans were loud as she squirmed frantically beneath him as he rode her harder than he ever had before. It really did seem like the earth shook when they felt the first orgasm hit them. With her arms around him, she held him tight, their bodies still joined as one, leaving no room for so much as a piece of paper. When she finally loosened her grip on him, he pushed up on his hands to look down at her. "Was I too rough?" he asked her. Smiling, she snickered. "No, but that was intense. You were like a man on a mission." "You make me crazy with wanting you. You're so damn beautiful." He rolled over onto his back, and after catching his breath, pulled her in close. "Jackson," she murmured quietly. "Yes," he answered. He still wondered why women had to talk after sex. Couldn't they just lay back and enjoy the moment? "Promise me you'll be careful when you confront Milo. Don't underestimate him. Milo is a cruel and cunning man." "I promise," he whispered in her ear. He lay there with his arm around her as she slept, thinking that he should tell her how he felt about her, that he loved her, wondering if she would say it back. A small part of him was afraid she didn't feel the same way. He wasn't sure if he could handle it if she didn't. Morning. They remained quiet as they dressed and went downstairs. Jackson ate very little, but compared to Alexis, it was a lot. She stood with Tina while he discussed a few things with Spike. Then he came over to her. Drawing her into his arms, he leaned over, giving her a tender kiss. "Stay close to the others. I'll return before you know it." Giving her another kiss, he turned and walked out the door. She tried so hard not to cry, but she broke down and Tina put her arm around Alexis's shoulder. "He's going to be okay, you'll see." It felt as though there was a weight on her chest, making it hard for her to breathe. She couldn't let him leave without telling him something. Sprinting to the door and opening it, she ran after Jackson, but he was already on the bike and driving off. She chased after him, waving her arms and yelling, "Jackson, Jackson, stop." Looking in his mirror, he saw her running after him, so making a U-turn, he stopped the bike and jumped off, catching her as she flung herself into his arms, wrapping her legs around his waist with tears falling down her face. "Baby, what are you doing?" he asked. "I can't let you go without telling you I love you," she cried. It felt like heaven when she said those 3 little words, and his heart fluttered as he let the words soak in. His lips came crashing down on hers in a deep, crushing kiss, and then, with a great deal of regret on his part, he pulled away from her lips. "I love you too. I've never stopped loving you." He sat her down, his arms around her. "I've got to go now," he said, letting her go, and hopped back on the bike. "Come back to me, Jackson," she said as she leaned in for another one of his kisses.
"I'll be back," he smiled. "I have something worthwhile to come back to."
Chapter 18. Alexis sat alone in the family room with a glass of red wine, staring out the window. A small smile crossed her face. She had finally told Jackson she loved him, and what made her heart radiate with joy was that he had said it back. She had suspected as much, but she couldn't be sure, not until now. "Hey girl," Tina hollered out as she entered the room with a couple of bottles of red wine, followed by the other women. "We don't want you getting lonely, so we're here to keep you company." Alexis was happy to have the company. It might keep her mind off missing Jackson. After devouring all the wine, she noticed how late it was. So stifling a yawn, she stood up and announced she was heading to bed, which was followed by groans of protest. Having the girls' company helped a lot. That was until she slipped on Jackson's shirt to wear to bed. His scent lingered on the shirt. Drawing it up to her nose, she took a sniff. Oh, how she missed him, missed his lips and the feel of his skin against hers. She prayed that he would return to her safe and sound. Crawling into bed, it felt so cold and empty. Grabbing the pillow he used and cradled it to her body, the way a love-sick schoolgirl would. After a long night of tossing and turning, she decided to get up and go downstairs. Feeling groggy from lack of sleep, she headed straight to the kitchen for a much-needed cup of coffee. Everyone was busy doing stuff, so she had the place to herself, for now anyway. Pouring a cup with the freshly brewed coffee, took it outside and sat on the porch. It was a bright and sunny day. The birds were chirping away. She could hear some of the men busy at work on their bikes. The sounds of their laughter made her smile.
They were like a bunch of kids when it came to buying old junk bikes and rebuilding them. That was how they made most of their money. A couple of guys walked past, waving and saying good morning. It amazed her how nice these people were. Yes, at first they appeared scary with their long hair and biker clothes, all sporting tattoos.
Alexis saw a car approaching. It was a black BMW with tinted windows. Out of nowhere, half the men showed up. Spike was among them. He sprinted up the porch and stood in front of her, his back to her. She noticed how he reached behind his waistband, his hand on the gun that was concealed. "Who is it?" she asked as he shielded her. "Don't know, best you go inside," he said, more or less ordering her. But then the man stepped out of the vehicle, his expensive shoes so clean and shiny. He wore a three-piece suit, clean-shaven with blonde hair trimmed, not a hair out of place. Spotting Alexis, he raised his hand in a wave. Stepping from Spike's shadow, she waved back. "It's okay, that's Steve, Jackson's friend and partner." "Steve, what are you doing here?" she asked, waiting for him to speak. Seeing the coffee cup in her hand, smiled and pointed at it. "I could sure use a cup of that before we talk." Spike narrowed his eyes as he looked Steve over, with his fancy clothes and the car that in his opinion was way too expensive. He knew right off he didn't like the man. "Come in then," he barked. The three of them went inside, and once in the kitchen, Steve turned to Alexis. "Can we talk alone?" he asked. Before she had a chance to say anything, Spike answered for her. "No can do. Jackson has said not to let her out of my sight. Whatever you want to say to her, you'll say it in front of me." Steve didn't like this man's attitude and hoped he wasn't going to be a problem for him. "Fine," he answered as he took a sip of his coffee. "You look good, Alexis." "Thanks," she answered, wishing he would get on to why he was here. Spike was standing by the sink, his arms crossed. Patience was never one of his strong suits. With a low growl, he sneered. "So what are you doing here?" Steve glared at the man, thinking that with one touch he could kill this man. Or though he thought to himself. Looking back at Alexis, he patted her hand, the one that was resting on the table, nervously playing with the paper napkin. "Jackson has asked me to take you to another safe house." "He never mentioned any of this to us," Spike snapped, watching Steve with distrust. Something about the man didn't sit right with him. Tilting his head, he stared at Spike. "He only decided once he was on the road and called me from a cell phone." Just then Tina walked in wearing jeans and a bikini top, her ample breasts showing. She went over and kissed her husband. "What's going on?" she asked. Steve had trouble keeping his eyes off her breasts. Standing up, he walked over and introduced himself to Tina. I'm here to relocate Alexis to a new hiding place. Milo knows about this one, and it's no longer safe here. Gee, I don't know. Jackson would have said something, Tina said, looking over at Alexis. Steve went back over and sat next to her. We have to leave now. Milo's men are probably on their way. Alexis stood up. I'm going. It's what Jackson wants.
No.
Spike growled. Spike, Steve is Jackson's friend, and he does trust him, so then I must too. I do thank you for everything, and with me gone, it will be safer for all of you. Knowing how Jackson felt about Steve and how he trusted him, she didn't hesitate. Alexis went to pack her bag, leaving the three alone. She said her goodbyes and got in Steve's car, and they took off. He had said they would be staying outside of Chicago. That way, once Jackson was done taking care of Milo, he would be able to get to her quicker. That thought delighted her. The sooner he came back to her, the better. So to pass the time, she asked Steve how he and Jackson had met. We worked together before. He glanced over at her. You know, at the other job we used to do, we worked on many cases together. Then when he got fed up with all the killing, he suggested we go into a new line of work. He chuckled. Well, sort of. There was a moment of awkward silence before Steve talked again. Jackson was the best in the business, besides me, that is. And he has it all: good looks, money, a nice home, and beautiful women. Alexis looked at Steve. She could have sworn she heard some bitterness in his voice. She suddenly had an uneasy feeling about being with him, alone. You've done all right for yourself too, she said, wondering why he looked pissed. Steve knew he did all right, not as good as Jackson, but that was probably his own fault. He enjoyed the finer things in life and wanted it right off. Unlike Jackson, who invested his money wisely, he did not. We've been on the road for quite a while. Let's stop for a bite to eat, he suggested. They made idle chit-chat during their meal. He told her they would drive straight through. Once they were done eating, they got back into the car. He realized he had forgotten his wallet. Darn, I forgot my wallet. I'll just run in and get it. I'll only be a minute. As she turned her head, something shiny caught the corner of her eye from the back seat. Turning fully around, she saw an earring wedged between the seat. Though she couldn't see it clearly, it looked familiar. Getting out of the car, she went around to the back, opened the door, reached in, and pulled the earring from between the seats. Where have I seen this before? Holding it up, her breath caught in her throat. It was exactly like the one Glitter always wore. No, it was hers. But why was it in Steve's car? Her head started to spin. Things were starting to fall into place, like how Milo's men always seemed to know where they were right after Jackson talked to him. Her body began to tremble, and her hand shook uncontrollably as she held the earring in her hand. Then all of a sudden, she felt someone grabbing her from behind, and then the smell of a chemical filled her nose as a rag was placed over her mouth and nose. Then darkness took her. Chapter 19. Stopping to gas up and grab a bite to eat, Jackson decided to call the safe house. His need to talk to Alexis was great. The woman's image was burned into his brain. He had to make sure she was safe, and to tell her once again that he loved her. Getting a hold of Spike, he wasted no time in asking to speak to her. His fist clenched at his side, and little sparks of fire shot through his head when he was told she was gone, and that it was Steve who took her. Jackson's temper flared, exploding like a ticking bomb going off. Using the phone in one of those phone booths, hammered it against the wall, cursing. Steve, of all people, had betrayed him. He now knew he was helping Milo, but the question was why. Jackson had to backtrack in order to find them before they got back to Chicago, and before Milo got a hold of her. Gunning the bike, stones and pebbles flew behind him as he sped off. He knew Steve would stay off the main highway, taking back roads. Back to Alexis. Alexis's eyes opened, and looking around, everything was a blur. Her throat was burning. There was an acid taste in her mouth. She tried to move her arms, but in horror, She realized her hands were tied to what she found to be a bed. Once her vision cleared, she looked around and saw Steve sitting in a chair. She yanked on the ropes that bound her. "Ah, you're awake," he said. Getting up, he sat on the bed next to her. She tried to edge away from him, the rope digging into her flesh. "Why are you doing this?" she cried out. "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. If you hadn't found Glitter's damn earring, I wouldn't have had to tie you up." Hearing Glitter's name brought back all the pain she felt when she was killed. "You killed her. Why? She was no threat to you." She cringed when Steve went to touch her cheek, and she quickly turned her head, not wanting him to touch her. It pissed Steve off when she turned her head. He would bet if it were Jackson who touched her, she wouldn't have. "I didn't kill her, Milo did. All I did was take her to him. I've never physically hurt a woman." "But you don't have a problem with someone else hurting them, do you?" she sneered at him. Steve stood up and paced back and forth. "It's nothing personal, just business. Jackson trusted you. You know what he'll do to you when he finds you. Why, he's probably looking for us by now. Before he left, he said he was going to call. Spike would have told him I'm with you." Steve laughed. It was a wicked laugh, one that sent shivers down her spine. "By the time he finds out, you'll be with Milo, and I'll be long gone. If I were you, sweetheart, I'd get some sleep. We have a long drive ahead of us." Sleep was the last thing on her mind. How could she sleep tied up, and with a man sleeping in the next bed to her? She looked over at Steve. He was asleep, and his snoring was loud, grinding on her nerves. When he had untied her so that she could use the bathroom, she had tried to put some of the moves Jackson had taught her. But Steve was fast and anticipated her moves. Laughing, he commented that she had been taking lessons from Jackson. At some point, she had fallen asleep, and when she woke up, could hear the shower running. Again, she tried breaking free, but the rope was too tight, not giving her an inch to work with. All she could do was pray that Jackson would find a way to save her. Meanwhile, back to Jackson. After Jackson had gotten off the phone with Spike, he drove all night, stopping at every town, every motel, searching for Steve's car. And since Steve would have no way of knowing he was onto him, he had the upper hand. The sun had not risen yet. Jackson was dead tired, but he would not stop till he found them. Then he spotted his car, checking his gun, making sure it was loaded, stuck it inside his jacket. Not knowing which room they were in, went and checked each window. The blinds were open, indicating they were unoccupied, except for the one room where the blinds were partially closed. Peeking in, he could make out Alexis lying on the bed. Her hands were above her head and tied to the bed. He felt his face getting hot as the blood in his veins started to boil. There was no sign of Steve, so pulling out an instrument, began picking the lock as quietly as he could so as not to alarm her. Good. One lock clicked open. Now for the deadbolt. That would be more tricky to open. After a few tries, he had it. Pulling the gun out of his pocket, he entered slowly, gun aimed. Alexis's eyes shot wide open when she saw the door opening. Frightened and unable to move, laid perfectly still. Not a sound came from her mouth. Then when she saw Jackson, she mouthed his name. Their eyes locked. He held his finger to his lips, shaking his head as he looked around. Hearing the water running, he dashed over to the bed. Setting down the gun, he started untying her hands. "Are you okay? Did he hurt you?" "No, I'm okay. I just knew you'd find me," she cried. Once her hands were free, they held on to one another. He kissed her hard, and all his feelings for her went into that kiss. Then he broke their embrace. "Let's get you out of her," he said, helping her up. "Oh, you aren't going anywhere with the girl," Steve's voice bellowed out. Shoving Alexis behind him, Jackson turned to face Steve. Both had guns pointed at each other. The sound of the shower still running could be heard. He had left it on when he sensed someone other than Alexis was in the room. So dressing, he grabbed his gun and quietly stepped out of the bathroom. "Put down your gun, Steve, and I'll let you live," Jackson growled. As Alexis stood behind Jackson, the two men held their stand, guns pointed. "Can't do that, pal. I have a job to do. Milo is expecting the girl, Steve hissed. Jackson kept his finger on the trigger. Why, Steve? Why are you doing this? I thought we were friends. You're my partner. He had known Steve for years and never once thought he would betray him. So now you're working for that monster, he snarled. Steve shifted from one foot to the other. No, I'm not working for him, just doing this one job for him. I'm getting a shitload of money to bring her to him. Alexis stood trembling, her hand lightly touching his back as the two men stood face to face, their guns still pointed at one another. Fuck Steve, Jackson swore. You know what he's done to her, and what he'll do when he gets his hands on her. No, Steve shook his head. I've talked to Milo. He's promised not to hurt her, only wants her as his mate. That's bull, and you know it, Steve. Put your gun down and let's settle this man to man. No guns, no knives. Throwing his head back, he laughed. You don't stand a chance against me, Jackson. You're good, but as you well know, I'm better. Jackson lowered his gun. Then what have you got to lose? He barked. Smirking, he hissed. All right, we fight to the death. First, tie her up. We don't want her interfering. Second, toss the guns over into the corner. Steve waited while Jackson tied her one hand to the bed, watching as they kissed passionately. Jackson pulled her into his arms, whispering in her ear. I love you, he said, then gave her a long kiss. Releasing her, tied her to the bed. Looking at her, winked. Not too tight, is it? No, she answered. Jackson, please be careful. Jackson stood, waiting while Steve threw his gun away and rolled up his sleeves. I never wanted it to end this way, Jackson. You really are a great guy and Alexis is a beautiful woman. I am sorry. The two men glared at one another. Steve was the one to make the first move. Chapter 20. Alexis felt helpless, unable to do anything to help since she was tied to the bed as the men fought. All she could do was stare in horror as they pounded their fists into each other. Though Steve was shorter and a little on the husky side, he had some unique moves. At one point, Jackson landed on the bed. He looked up at her and smiled. Getting up, he kissed her and went back to fighting. The table and chairs got turned upside down and the lamps were broken. When it looked like Steve was winning and his back was to the bed, not far from Alexis, she raised her leg and kicked him as hard as she could in the back of his right knee. He fell to the ground, giving Jackson the opportunity to grab him around the neck. What happened next was so quick Alexis didn't even see what had taken place. All she knew was that Steve had somehow gotten Jackson in a chokehold, and then he passed out. She screamed, calling his name over and over, begging him to wake up. Steve spit out some blood. Wiping his mouth, he grabbed his gun and pointed it at Jackson. Sorry, friend, I really didn't want to kill you. No, please don't, Alexis cried out. Please don't kill him. I'll do whatever you want, just don't kill him, she said as the tears ran down her face. Steve tilted his head, giving her a weird look. You really love him, don't you? He asked as he lowered his gun. Yes, she answered him back. If you behave yourself and stop giving me trouble, I'll let him live. She nodded her head, agreeing, and she watched as he dragged Jackson's limp body over to the end of the bed. Using the rope he brought in from the car, tied Jackson's legs, then his arms. Another rope was tied around his waist, tying him to the bed. He then covered his mouth with duct tape. There, that ought to hold you, he mumbled under his breath, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. He looked at Alexis. I'll wash up, and then we'll be on our way. He turned and left the room. Looking back, he felt a pang of guilt when he saw Jackson lying so still. A part of him was glad that she had stopped him from killing his partner. But once Milo paid him, he would disappear forever, never to be seen again. He came from the bathroom. The blood washed off, though there would be some bruising. Steve untied Alexis from the bed, but immediately tied her hands behind her back. She squatted down next to Jackson, leaning over and kissing his cheek. Whatever happens, know I love you, I always will, she cried as Steve pulled her to her feet and led her out the door. Stopping, he made sure no one was around and then turned the sign on the handle to not disturb. Putting her in the back seat on the passenger side, did up her seat belt, hands still tied behind her back. There, are you comfy? He asked, giving her a smile. Looking away, she refused to answer him. Her thoughts kept going to Jackson, how he laid so still. If she hadn't seen his chest rising, she would have thought him dead. She could see Steve looking back at her from time to time from the rearview mirror. Maybe she could appeal to his sense of decency. Do you have any idea what Milo has done to me? What he will do when you hand me over to him? She asked, her eyes meeting his in the mirror. He's given me his word you'll not be harmed, Steve replied. Milo will beat me first as a punishment for being gone. Then he'll force himself on me over and over. And if I don't act like I'm enjoying it, he'll beat me and give me to his men for their enjoyment. She watched him for any sign of remorse, any sign that might suggest he was softening. But he remained quiet, so knowing it wasn't working, tried something else. I need to use the washroom. She started squirming in her seat, as if she was experiencing great discomfort. Sighing, he rolled his eyes. Well, I'm not stopping in any town, can't take the chance. So if you still want to go, you'll have to go on the side of the road. He pointed to some bushes. That's okay. Please hurry, I have to pee real bad, she whined. Pulling over, he checked around and saw no vehicles, so he went around back and opened the passenger door and undid her seatbelt. Pulling her out, he untied her hands. Don't try anything, or I'll have to shoot you. This was her chance. As he glanced away, she lifted her knees and slammed it into his crotch. She then slapped him as hard as she could on his ear, a move Jackson taught her, and then she took off through the forest. If she could get far enough away, she would be able to hide, hoping he'd give up looking for her. Steve fell to the ground holding himself. His ear was ringing from the slap she had given him. It took a few seconds before his vision cleared, and he saw her sprinting into the woods. Taking his gun from inside his jacket, got up and started following her.
Alexis, come on out wherever you are, he chanted. Come on, lady, don't make this any harder on yourself. I will find you, and when I do, I'll no longer be a nice guy.
Hiding behind a tree, her heart was pounding so hard in her chest, she was sure he'd be able to hear it. She somehow got confused and ended up going in a circle, ending up back where she started. And now he was only standing a few feet from her. Steve was about to go in a different direction when she stepped on a twig, making a noise. When he turned back around and saw her, she took off running. And if it weren't for the fact that she tripped and fell, he might not have been able to catch her. Falling on top of her back, grabbed her arms and tied her hands behind her back, and then dragged her up onto her feet. The sweat forming on his face, breathing heavily, he practically had to drag her back to the car. You lied to me, Alexis. You promised you'd behave if I let Jackson live. He swore at her as he did up her seat belt. Grabbing her face in his hand, yanked it towards him. There will be no more stops. If you need to go, then you can damn well go in your pants. She glared at him. Go to hell, she swore, then spit in his face. He wiped the spit from his face with the back of his sleeve. Now that wasn't very ladylike. Someone should teach you a lesson. He got back into the car and drove off. She knew he was angry by the way he was driving so fast and the way he took the curbs. He kept glaring at her in the rearview mirror. She closed her eyes that felt like they had gravel in them, trying desperately to fall asleep so that she wouldn't have to think about what lay ahead for her. Well, she must have drifted off, because when she opened her eyes, she recognized the house they were parked in front of. She felt lightheaded, her stomach churned, and she felt the vomit rising to her throat. They were at Milo's home, and then Steve parked the car. Getting out, he went around and pulled her out. She turned to him, her eyes pleading with him not to take her inside. Please, Steve, don't do this. He's going to kill me. He ignored her as he held her arm and led her to the front door where two of Milo's men were standing. waiting for them. They were escorted inside and into the den where the ropes were removed, and she was shoved down into a chair. Back to Jackson. It seemed to take Jackson forever to free himself from the ropes, and once he grabbed his gun. He had no idea how long he'd been out for, or how far Steve and Alexis had gotten. All he knew was that he had to get back to the city and find them. Starting up the cycle, he took off like a bat out of hell. Chapter 21. The door opened and Milo walked in. His presence was overpowering when he entered the small room that was filled with people. Alexis could hardly breathe. Her chest felt tight, as though someone was sitting on it. And the way Milo was burrowing his dark, menacing eyes into hers had her body trembling with the most profound fear she had ever experienced before. She sat cowering as far into the chair as she could manage. Milo walked right over to Alexis, took her hand, pulled her to her feet. His eyes raked over her body, and judging from the way his face scrunched up, she could tell he was not pleased. He had always insisted she wore a dress. That way he could sexually assault her whenever and wherever he wanted to, saying it was easier to slip one into her. She was never allowed to wear panties, and if she dared to wear them, he would only rip them off her. And it didn't matter if anyone was around to witness it. "What is this garbage you are wearing?" he said as he gave her a look of disgust. "It's called jeans, you fucking idiot," she spat out angrily, immediately knowing she was going to pay for talking to him that way. He raised his hand and slapped her hard across the face, causing her to fall backward and into the chair. "You dare to talk to me like that, you little whore." His face turned beet red. He wasn't going to let her get away with that remark in front of his man. So grabbing Alexis by the hair, pulled her out of the chair and slapped her again, knocking her to the ground. The men in the room ignored what he was doing to her. Hell, they had seen him treat women this way many times, and they would never try to stop him. But Steve couldn't ignore it, not after he kicked Alexis in her side. "Milo," Steve called out, hoping to turn the man's attention away from her.
What?
Milo barked, turning to look at him. Steve had every intention of asking him to stop beating the girl. That was until he looked into the man's eyes. There were no words to describe what he saw. It was pure evil, the eyes of a devil. Steve was not one to be afraid of anyone, but this man had the hairs on the back of his neck standing up. Can we settle up my payment now? I have a flight to catch." "Did you get rid of the problem?" Milo growled. "Yes, he's dead," Steve answered. Of course, he was lying, but he didn't care. He would be long gone before Jackson turned up. "Good," he replied. Turning to his men, he barked out orders. "Take the girl to my room and stand guard outside." As they picked her up, Milo went and grabbed her face in his hand, forcing her to look at him. "Take a shower and make yourself pretty. We're going to the club. Wear the black dress, the one I like, and no bra or panties." Releasing her, he turned his attention back to Steve. "Sit while I make the transfer to your Swiss account." Steve was about to become a wealthy man thanks to the jobs he had been doing for Milo. Yes, he had lied to Jackson when he said he wasn't working for the man. In fact, he has been for the last few months. But these last few jobs paid off big, more than smuggling the drugs. Killing Jackson and delivering the girl to him was the biggest payoff. There, it's done. Now get out of my house and never come back to this country. He stood and indicated for Steve to leave. He didn't have to say it twice. Steve was more than happy to get away from Milo. Alexis ran the water as hot as she could stand it. As the water ran over her body, she looked down at the huge dark bruise on her ribs that was already starting to show. Drying off, she put on the dress she was ordered to and sat down in front of the mirror and applied her makeup. Her hand shook when she heard the door open and Milo stepped in, grinning at her. He walked up behind her where she sat. She looked at him in the mirror. Standing behind her, he placed his hands on her shoulders, moving down to her front, slipping his hands down the top of the dress till he reached and cupped her bare breasts in his hands. She felt her skin crawl from his touch and wanted to slap him away. but to do that would result in a brutal beating. He brought his lips down on her neck, kissing, and she closed her eyes. Not from pleasure, but because she couldn't stand to look at him.
"I've missed these," he said as he roughly caressed them. "Tell me," he growled into her ear. "This Jackson guy, did you let him screw you?"
She knew better than to tell him the truth. He would punish her. "No, of course not. No one has touched me," she said as she smiled and gave his cheek a gentle caress, hoping to keep him calm. It seemed to work. Smiling back, he removed his hands from inside her dress. "Time to go," he said as he took a hold of her arm. "Be a good girl and I won't hurt you." They climbed into his limo, where he kept his hand high up on her thigh as he talked on the phone. The feel of his hand on her made her feel sick. There was a vile taste in her mouth. Knowing he would be wanting sex later, she was planning on getting him drunk so that he would pass out. Once he started drinking, he didn't stop till he passed out. Stopping in front of the club, he held the door open for her, then held her arm. She dared not look at any other man. He was a very cruel man who easily became jealous. He was meeting with some men and wanted her there. It was Frank Huston and his 2 sons that Milo was meeting. Frank and Milo wanted to talk about becoming partners. Alexis cringed at the thought of that happening. Frank was head of a mafia family. If the two were to pair up, all of Chicago would be in danger. The 2 sons, Leo and Toby, kept staring at her. She saw the lust in their eyes, and it gave her the creeps. Milo didn't seem to notice, and if he did, he wouldn't care. Only if she showed any interest in them, he would react in a negative way toward her. So she kept her eyes down, avoiding all eye contact. She was glad when Milo kept ordering drinks. She sat back just sipping on her glass of wine. By the time the men were done, he was getting tipsy. The men shook hands and Frank and his sons departed. Milo turned his attention to Alexis, his hand going under her dress and moving up.
"Oh, baby,"
he said, slurring his words. "I want to fuck you." "Milo, please, everyone is looking," she cried, her hand holding him back. Grumbling, he stood up and grabbing her hands pulled her behind him, shoving whoever was in his way. Reaching his office, he slammed the door shut and shoved her up against the wall, one hand sliding under the dress till he reached her inner thigh, his finger moving roughly inside her. Alexis squeezed her eyes shut. He was hurting her, and she couldn't take it anymore, so she hit him across the ear and used her foot and slammed it into his leg. He fell to the ground moaning in pain. She got to the door and opened it, but to her horror, 2 men were standing guard outside and grabbed her.
"Bring the bitch back in here,"
Milo screamed out the order. "Tie her hands up." Pouring himself another drink, he sat down across from her, glaring at her. Seeing the way he was looking at her, she knew he would hurt her worse than ever. Lifting her chin up, she stared right back. She would take whatever he dished out, and would refuse to let him see her cry. He got up and going to the door locked it, a sickly grin on his face when he spoke. "You've just made this a whole lot worse for yourself," he said as he started undoing the buckle on his belt.
Chapter 22.
After leaving Alexis with Milo and pushing his conscience aside, he wasted no time in getting out of there. He would go back to his place, grab his things, and get the next flight out. It was only a matter of time before Jackson came for him. Once home, he packed his suitcase, not bothering to pack them neatly, just threw everything in. Then he went down to his office and over to the safe. Pulling out wads of cash, stuffed them into the suitcase. He then grabbed the 2 bags of cocaine that he stole from Milo. He would make a quick stop and sell them before leaving. Steve stiffened. He was not alone. He turned slowly around as he removed the gun from behind his back. The room was dark, except for the small light shining from the desk. A light was flicked on, and he saw Jackson standing in the corner. Steve took a deep breath, and beads of sweat appeared on his face. Jackson was still all bloody, his clothes tattered and dirty. It looked as though he hadn't shaved in days. His eyes were dark and narrowed as he stared at him. "I didn't think you'd get here so quickly," he said, his voice shaky when he spoke. Going somewhere, Steve? He asked, his gun pointed. Cocaine? Now you're selling drugs. For how long? Steve lowered his gun and sat on the edge of his desk. Several months now. These bags here are worth $200K, big money. Jackson shook his head in disgust. You put my business in jeopardy, our business. I trusted you, Steve, and considered you my friend. That I can forgive, but not what you've done to Alexis. She's only another whore, he said. A smirk appeared on his face. Don't call her that, Jackson yelled. Damn it, Jackson. Since she has come into the scene, you've been thinking of only your cock and not your brain. We were hired to protect her. Instead, you turned her over to a monster. Tell me, did you kill Glitter? No, but I did deliver her to Milo. I had no choice. It was either her or me, and I wasn't going to die over some whore. Where is she? Where has Milo taken Alexis? Jackson's left eye started twitching. Steve stared at him. He wasn't sure if he should tell him or not, then figured why not. He would be long gone by the time Milo found out he had lied about Jackson being dead. I took her to his summer home, but when I was leaving I heard him telling her they were going to the club. Jackson turned to leave but stopped, looking at Steve. If you call and warn him, I'll find you and I will kill you, or if anything has happened to Alexis, the same goes. You can't beat the man, Jackson. Just walk away. Can't do that, he answered.
Why not?
Steve yelled. He knew Jackson didn't stand a chance against Milo and his men. There were just too many of them. Because I love her, and I'm going to marry her. He turned and left the room. Hopping on the bike, he headed to his home. There was no way he could walk into the club looking and smelling the way he did, so he would shower and change into a suit so as not to draw attention to himself. It would be the quickest shower in history. His home was turned upside down, furniture was torn apart. But thank goodness they hadn't found his secret wall that hid all his weapons, from machine guns to other lethal weapons. Standing under the water as it flowed over his body, he kept thinking about Alexis. He was racked with so much guilt. He should never have left her. They all tried to warn him about Steve, but he wouldn't listen, didn't want to believe he could betray him. He showered quickly and dressed in the one suit that wasn't destroyed. Grabbing the keys to his blue BMW, he headed to the club, loaded with weapons. He was alone, obviously. Steve had not gotten any men together to help him as he had promised he would. But that was okay. He had gone into the jungle on his own to rescue some prisoners, so Milo and his men shouldn't be that much trouble. Reaching the club, he parked his car, and getting out he heard the sound of motorcycles, and not just one, but many of them. They headed right towards him and stopped inches from where he stood. It was Spike and his gang.
Spike,
He called out, not believing what he was seeing. The men got off their bikes and moved closer. Hey, Jackson. Thought you could use some help, Spike said as the two men gave each other one of those manly handshakes and hugs. Can't believe you came all this way. You shouldn't have. This isn't your fight, Jackson told him, though secretly glad he had. Oh, but it is, my friend. You left Alexis in our care, and we let you down. Now shut the yapping and tell us the plan. Is your woman in there? Jackson liked the sound of that. His woman? Yes, she was his woman. We'll go in and fire a shot that will send everyone running out. Milo's men will be armed. You keep them busy, and I'll look for Alexis. This is going to be dangerous. Lives could be lost. Don't let it be yours or your guys. Spike smirked. We got this, man. Let's go. Jackson walked in first and took out the bouncer with pressure to his neck. Once inside, he raised his gun in the air and pulled the trigger. Screams could be heard as the music stopped playing and people began running out. Milo's men began shooting at Jackson, but he ducked behind the wall just as Spike and the others stormed in shooting their weapons. Moments before the shooting began, Milo had Alexis pinned down on the sofa. His face was scratched from when she dug her nails into his face. She had put up one hell of a fight, kicking and using some of the moves Jackson had taught her, but she was no match for his strength. He finally managed to get his hand around her throat and was choking until she was close to passing out. Pinning her down, he lifted her dress up over her hips. His anger accelerated, punching her in the face. "Bitch," he swore as he unzipped his pants and took out his cock. Shoving it inside, he started pounding it hard and deep into her. The pain was unlike any she had experienced before, worse than it ever was. Squeezing her eyes shut, the feel of his body pushing into her, she prayed for it to end, the tears flowing. She gave up, drawing into herself, no longer existing. When the shooting started, Milo jumped up. Doing up his pants, he cursed her. "Fucking bitch, stay here. I'm not done with you yet." At that second, the door was kicked open and Jackson appeared, gun pointed at Milo. Looking over and seeing Alexis's dress up over her hips, and Milo doing his zipper up, let out a strangled howl. "Move away from her," he shouted. Seeing that he was unarmed, moved over. With his gun pointed at Milo, he went to her, pulling her dress down. "Baby," he cried out, but she lay there, her eyes void of any emotion. His rage erupted like a volcano. Dropping his gun, he charged Milo. His punches were fierce and swift, and hearing the man's nose breaking through him to the ground. Pulling out his knife just as Spike showed up, the shooting had ended. "Jackson!" Spike shouted. With his hand around Milo's throat, looked over at Spike. "Get her out of here," he barked. Spike scooped her up in his arms. She felt so light, and even though her eyes were opened, she seemed out of it. He carried her out, leaving Jackson to do what he had to. Once he was alone with Milo, he kicked him in the knee. The sound of his kneecap breaking was loud, but not as loud as his scream. "Nothing hurts worse than a man's kneecap being busted," he growled. He proceeded to break his arm by bending it, and more screams from Milo. "For the love of Christ, man, just kill me already," Milo cried. The pain was too much to bear. "No, I won't do that. I want you to suffer like you made Alexis suffer. Your death will be slow and painful." Milo knew he was going to die and wanted the pain to end quickly, so he taunted Jackson. "I just fuked the bitch. God, she was so tight. The bitch loves it rough." Raising his fist, punched Milo till you couldn't recognize his face. Using his knife, dug it into the man's neck, a spot that caused him to die slowly. Blood filled his mouth. A gurgling sound came from him as he slowly died in front of Jackson. Jackson sat on his rear, wiping the sweat from his brow. He was exhausted from lack of sleep and from what he had just done. Knowing it was wrong, but couldn't help feeling a sense of satisfaction from killing Milo.
Chapter 23.
Taking one last look at Milo's dead body, Jackson left the room. He found Spike and the others surrounding Alexis as she lay so still. He felt the tears welling up in his bloodshot eyes, his heart pumping fast when he looked at the broken shell of the woman he loved. "She hasn't spoken a word," Spike said. Going over, Jackson knelt down, stroking her cheek.
"It's over, baby. He can never hurt you again."
"What now, Jackson?" Spike asked. "We blow the place up, get rid of the evidence before the cops show up. Dynamite is in my car." Jackson tossed the key to one of the guys. It seemed like hours that they had been here. In reality, it had only been 10 minutes or so. "Jackson, get Alexis out of here. Go home or to a hotel. The guys and I will take care of everything," Spike said to him. Jackson stood up and shook Spike's hand. "Do it quick and get out of here before the cops come, and head straight home. The further away you are, the better. Thanks and take care. I'll be in touch." He then scooped Alexis up in his arms. She wrapped her arms around his neck and rested her head on his shoulders. He looked down, kissing her lips. "You're going to be all right, I promise." Once he booked the room, went back to the car, and carried her in. Setting Alexis on the edge of the bed, knelt down in front of her. Seeing how sad and quiet she was broke his heart, and he felt the tears coming. He so wanted to be strong for her, but he broke down and cried, burying his head in her lap. "I'm so sorry I failed you," he sobbed. Feeling her hand as she stroked his head, he looked up. "You didn't fail me, you saved me," she replied. "If only I had gotten there 5 minutes earlier, he wouldn't have." He stopped. The words wouldn't come out. It was too hard to say rape. The very thought of what that man did to her was unbearable. "It's not your fault, Jackson." "Oh God, please hold me," she said as she broke down, her sobs making her body shake uncontrollably. Sitting on the bed, he pulled her into his arms, holding her tight, letting her cry. He was so glad that she was finally letting it all out. When she had settled down, he helped her undress. He then noticed the bruise on her ribs and cursed silently to himself. He wished he had done more to Milo. "Let's get you under the covers," he told her.
"No, I want to take a shower first," she cried.
He watched sadly as she went into the bathroom, wondering how he could make it all better. If it took him the rest of his life, he would make it up to her. Alexis turned the hot water on, letting it soak her body, taking the cloth and soap scrubbed between her thighs, trying to get rid of the feel of Milo on her. She had zoned out so as not to feel anything. But when she heard Jackson crying, she was snapped out of her trance. Knowing he was blaming himself, she had to let him know he wasn't to blame. What Milo had done to her, she would learn to live with. What she wouldn't be able to live with is if Jackson didn't want to touch her again. Would he be disgusted with the fact she was raped and wouldn't want her anymore? After practically scrubbing herself raw, she stepped out of the shower and wrapped the towel around her. Going back into the room, he stood, putting her face in his hands. "You hungry, baby? Can I get you anything to eat or drink?" "No, I just want to go to bed," she said. Removing the towel, she climbed into bed and pulled the covers over her. She looked up at him. "Will you hold me?" Removing his clothes and getting into bed, he took her in his arms. Her skin felt so warm against his, and he couldn't help getting aroused. But knowing it was wrong, he pushed those feelings aside. After what she has been through, the last thing she needed was him trying to get it on with her. He was exhausted, and not having slept for 2 days, it was catching up to him. They both slept till way past noon the following day. Waking before Alexis, he ordered room service, also called and made arrangements for some clothes to be delivered to the hotel. The aroma of bacon and eggs and fresh coffee woke Alexis. Stomach growling, she got up and wrapped the towel that she had dropped on the floor the night before around her. Going into the other room, she saw Jackson. "Afternoon, something sure smells delicious," she added. "Shit, she looks so friggin' hot in that towel. I was just coming to get you. I took the liberty of ordering breakfast," he said, trying not to drool when he looked at her. "Oh, Jackson, I'm starving, thank you." She saw the bags hanging on the hook by the door. "What's that?" she asked. He gave her a smile. "I called the store and had them bring us a few things to wear. You think of everything, but first let's eat." She asked him what happened to Steve. Steve got caught selling bags of cocaine, ones that he stole from Milo. As soon as he mentioned Milo's name, he regretted it. The last thing Alexis needed right now was to be reminded of him. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned him." Her face turned pale at the mention of his name. The piece of toast she was chewing on suddenly felt dry, sticking in her throat till she swallowed it. "It's okay, so how was it he got caught?" "Someone made a call to the cops and tipped them off. He'll be spending a few years behind bars," Jackson answered, a smirk on his face. "Now, when you're done eating, there's a nightgown in the bag for you to wear. Put it on and back to bed you go." "My, you are bossy," she giggled. "It's just that you look so tired and have been through so much," he said, apologizing. "I am. Will you be joining me?" "Later. I have some calls to make. Got to get someone to fix my place up. It shouldn't take too long." Later, he ordered some Chinese food for dinner, and they sat eating while watching a movie on the TV. It was a comedy that had her laughing. He was glad to see her laughing again. She had such a beautiful laugh. Once in bed, she snuggled up to him. Putting her hand on his chest, she started caressing him, stirring the desire within his body. Moving her down on the bed, began kissing her, his hand going under her nightgown, feeling her soft round breast moan. Her arms went around his neck, her moans matching his. To her horror and disappointment, he quickly pulled away. Her worst fear coming to life, he was rejecting her. The thought of making love to her repelled him. He couldn't stand to touch her. She rolled over, her back to him. "Alexis, I'm sorry," he said, touching her arm. She shrugged him off. "It's okay, go to sleep." When he tried to pull her into his arms, she snapped at him. "Leave me alone." He wasn't sure why she was getting so mad. What did he do that was so wrong? He just didn't want to rush her. "Why are you acting this way? I only want to hold you." He could hear her crying. "I disgust you. You can't stand to touch me after Milo raped me. I understand, and tomorrow I'll leave. I can go stay with friends of mine in Paris." He pulled her down on her back. "What? No, that's not true. That man hurt you, he raped you. I was giving you time to heal." When she turned her head away, he cupped her chin in his hand and pulled her face towards him, forcing her to look at him. Chapter 24. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. She actually thought she repulsed him. "My God, baby, I never meant to make you feel that way. Nothing you could ever do would stop me from wanting you. I love you, and hell, I want to make love to you in the worst way. I just thought you'd need time to get over what happened. I was afraid you wouldn't want me." Her eyes filled with tears, her voice low and shaky when she spoke. "What Milo did, it made me feel dirty. I needed to feel loved, and that what he did wasn't my fault. I love you, Jackson. You're the only man who has ever made me feel good about myself. I trust you, and I needed you." Cupping the back of her head, he brought his lips down on hers in a hard and demanding kiss. "I do want you," he said when he begrudgingly pulled his mouth from her lips. Laying her down, he moved over on top of her. Looking down, he wiped the tear that fell from her eye. "Can you feel that?" He pressed his pelvis into her, letting her feel how hard he was. "Now you tell me, does this feel like I don't desire you?" His mouth went to her neck, where he placed feathery kisses, moving down to her shoulders. Then he stopped abruptly, looking into her eyes. "Take this nightgown off before I tear it off." He shifted, giving her just enough room to pull it over her head. Laying her back down, he went back to what he was doing. Reaching her round, firm breast, he placed his mouth over it, while his hand moved down her body. She started moaning, adding to his desire. Her nipple hardened as he used his teeth to softly nip at it before sucking. He then moved to the other one, slowly moving down, ran his tongue over her stomach, and kept going till he got between her legs. He parted her plump, swollen lips that were slick and moist. He heard her gasp as she squirmed and rocked against his mouth. After pleasuring her, he moved back up and captured her mouth, his kiss hard and demanding as he eased his throbbing shaft inside her. He moved slowly in and out, trying his best to take his time, to give her the pleasure she deserved. But when he felt the liquid sweep of her lips against his skin, he lost it. A tremor raced through his body when he felt the flow of his juices filling her. Her fingers dug into his back as she screamed his name. His breathing was harsh and jagged when he towered over her. "Don't you ever think I don't desire you?" he said as he leaned down and kissed her. The smell of his musky scent, and the way his mouth was so hot when he kissed her, she was dripping wet, making it so easy for him to slide right in. Every muscle inside her clamped down, capturing him. She was quivering inside and out. The feel of his warm, hard body pounding into her was amazing. The way they were joined as one filled her with love and joy. He made her forget what that monster had done to her. He let her know how a real man made love, with caring and gentleness, though intense. She looked up, brushing his hair from his forehead. "I love you, Jackson." Moving off her, he rested his head on the palm of his hand and smiled at her. "I love you too. I've never stopped loving you." "Jackson, I'm so sorry." "Why are you saying that?" "Milo didn't use a condom this last time. I never should have encouraged you to make love to me. What if he gave me a disease or got me pregnant? He could tell how upset she was and knew the quilt was weighing heavily on her heart and mind. Sweetheart, you told me before that he always wore one with you and anyone he was with. So he is clean, and as far as you getting pregnant from him, it won't matter to me. I love you and the child will be mine no matter what.
So where do we go from here? She asked.
Her fingers playing with his chest, and a sense of relief flowed through her. Laying on his back, hands behind his head, he smiled. I'd say the shower if you keep touching me the way you are. He knew what she was getting at. He was just having some fun with her, giving him a playful slap. Stop, you know what I'm talking about. Chuckling, he pulled her close. Okay, well, I was thinking you should stay with me and that we should get married. Looking at her, he stroked her cheek with his fingertips. Her heart skipped a beat, and she smiled. Is that your idea of a proposal? She asked. He became serious and nervous as hell. Knowing this was no way to ask a woman to marry him, he felt like a heel. Shit, I'm such an idiot. He sat up. You deserve a much better proposal than this. Sitting up, she pulled the covers over her breasts. Oh no, I really don't mind. I was just having some fun with you. By the way, my answer is. He placed his finger over her lips, stopping her from finishing. Don't say it. I'm going to propose the right way for once. Tomorrow I'm taking you to dinner, and I'll pop the question in a more romantic way. Placing his mouth on hers laid her back down. The next night he took her to the finest restaurant in town. Instead of being taken to a table, they were led out onto the balcony. It was lit with shiny lights, like Christmas lights. Only one table was set. Her favorite flowers, red roses, sat in the center of the table. A bottle of champagne was chilling in a bucket. Soft romantic music played. Alexis was impressed. It was all so beautiful. She looked up at him, all teary-eyed. Oh, Jackson, you went to all this trouble for me. It was no trouble. He poured them each a glass of champagne. He had arranged to have the balcony for just the two of them. A special meal was prepared for them.
Dance with me, he said as he stood up.
Holding his hand out, she slipped her hand inside it. With his hand on the small of her back, he pulled her closer. His cheek rested against her head. He could smell the sweet scent of the shampoo she used, a hint of strawberries. Her hair felt like silk, so soft. He wined and dined her, whispering sweet things in her ear. He made her feel special and loved, and she waited with bated breath for his proposal. But as the night progressed, it didn't come. Her heart sunk, thinking perhaps he had changed his mind. She tried desperately to hide her disappointment. It's getting late. We might as well head back to the hotel, he said. Getting up and taking off his jacket, he wrapped it around her shoulders when he saw her shivering. Once outside, they waited for a cab to pick them up. Other people were also outside waiting for cabs. Alexis heard a woman gasp and shouted out. Oh, look, she pointed. That's so sweet. Alexis looked to where the woman was pointing. Her mouth dropped open when she saw a billboard lit up. It read, Alexis, you are the love of my life. I love you. Will you marry me? Her hand flew to her mouth. A tear trickled down her face. When she turned to look at Jackson, he was down on one knee, an open ring box in his hand, sporting a beautiful diamond ring. A small crowd had gathered, watching the couple. Alexis, I have loved you for so long. I lost you once, and I have no intentions of letting you go again. I cannot, and I will not live without you. Please, give me another chance to make you happy. Marry me. Jackson, all night I waited for you to ask me. It wasn't nice of you to tease me this way. I should make you wait now. A man's voice could be heard yelling. Ah, give the guy a break, lady. Just say yes already. You heard him, baby. Say yes already, Jackson said, holding the ring up and winking at her. Oh, hell yes, I'll marry you, she answered, smiling. Getting up, he looked over at the crowd. A grin was spread from ear to ear across his face, and he shouted out. She said yes. He placed the ring on her finger. It was a perfect fit. Then, picking her up, he kissed her as the crowd cheered on. Ignoring the cab, he proceeded to carry her the 5 blocks back to their hotel. "Put me down," she squealed happily.
No,
He smiled.
I'm not ever letting you go. I'm going to carry you right up to our room, and after throwing you on the bed, I will have my way with you, over and over again. He leaned over to kiss her again.
Chapter 25. Moving off Alexis, he laid on his side, his hand moving slowly over her body, the feel of her sweat-drenched skin against his. She was still trying to catch her breath. Her breasts heaving was getting him aroused again. Everything about her turned him on, from her beauty, her body, and her eyes he could drown in. But more important was her inner beauty. "Wow," she exclaimed. "That was so hot. You were like an animal. Where do you get all your stamina from?" Now, she wasn't complaining by any means, but really, the way he moved and brought her to orgasm 3 times. It had her eyes rolling in the back of her head, had her squirming and moaning. "You bring the beast in me out," he answered. Smiling, he felt a great deal of satisfaction in knowing he was satisfying her. Resting her head on his chest, lifted her hand to admire the diamond engagement ring, marveling at how it sparkled. "You like it?" he asked. She looked up at him, and the smile on her face gave him the answer. "It's so beautiful," she gushed. Holding her hand, he looked at it. "I never gave you one the first time, so I figured you deserved the best." He thought back. Hell, even her wedding band was just a cheap one he picked up on their way to the courthouse. This time, he was going to make sure he did things right since he was never going to let her go. "I can't wait to be Mrs. Jackson Foley." She looked up at him. "Again," she added. "We have to make plans. I want to get married right away, so what would you like?" "A big wedding with all the trimmings," he asked. She laughed. "A big wedding? Oh, Jackson, who would we invite? We have no family. I have no friends. Something small and intimate would be lovely." So what do you have in mind?"
Well,
She used her fingertips to circle around his nipples, not having the faintest idea how it was affecting him, as his member jerked to life. "I was thinking that we could go back to Tina and Spike's place and get married there. After all, they really are the only friends we have, and their wedding was cute, that is until the shooting started." Pulling her under him, he let her know he was aroused and wanted her again. "Whatever you want," he said, and not giving her a chance to speak lowered his mouth down, claiming her lips for himself. So it was decided they would have a small, quiet wedding with the people they had come to think of as family. Alexis went shopping for a dress to wear and had trouble keeping Jackson from stealing peeks at it. 5 weeks after all the trouble, they loaded up the car and headed for the safe house, stopping along the way to rent a room. Jackson didn't want to drive straight through. He was hungry, and not just for food. Cuddled together after wrecking the sheets on the bed, he became quiet.
"Everything all right?"
She asked, having noticed the change in him. He sighed deeply. The life he had lived, and what he does now was really not that different from one another. He wanted a change, wanted to get out of that line of work for good. He was highly educated, and there were so many things he could do. "I want to stop doing the job I'm doing altogether." Alexis was thrilled. His job was dangerous. "Good," she exclaimed excitedly. "I really didn't like the thought of you protecting some other woman. Sorry, Jackson, but I'm the jealous type. So what were you thinking of doing?" She giggled at what she was thinking and was about to say, "You planning on becoming a traveling salesman?" He saw the humor in what she had said, remembering when they were married before, and he had told her that's what he was. He chuckled. "No, I will not do anything that will take me away from you. Maybe I'll open up a self-defense school, something along that line." Getting up early, they had breakfast and headed to the safe house. He had called them before they left the city, and of course, Spike and the others were thrilled. They would take care of the preparations. Tina got on the phone with Jackson and joked that at least at this wedding, they wouldn't all have to carry weapons. When they arrived, most of the gang had gathered to greet them. After giving Jackson a hug and kiss, Tina hugged Alexis, grabbing her hand to get a look at the diamond. "Damn girl, that's some rock Jackson gave you." Alexis beamed with pride. "I know, it's so beautiful, but I would have been happy with nothing at all, except for the wedding band." Taking her arm, Tina led her inside, leaving the men outside to do their manly stuff, chest bumps and back slapping and all the remarks that men make. "We've finished the one room upstairs. You and Jackson can stay in it. We'll call it the honeymoon suite." That night they partied, women in the kitchen, while the men sat in the living room drinking beer and exchanging jokes about the wedding night. Alexis was handed a gift, and when she opened it, she blushed, her face turning bright red when she saw what was inside. It was a sheer see-through teddy with a garter belt and a whip. Jackson walked in just as the women started laughing. Alexis quickly hid the garment, but the whip fell to the ground. He walked over and picked it up. Smiling, he looked at Alexis. "What's this for?" he asked. "It's nothing," she said as she took it from him and threw it in the bag. The women watched as he went to the fridge and pulled out some beer, their eyes glued to his butt. "Eyes off, ladies, he's mine," Alexis chuckled. She couldn't stop them from whistling when he walked out, but not before he turned back, giving them all a big smile. Hearing what she said to the other women made his heart leap, made him feel proud.
When the women joined the men, they indulged in pizza, wings, and more beer. She sat on his lap, and with his arm around her waist, he whispered in her ear. "What was in the bag, the one with the whip?"
"A little something the girls got me to wear on our wedding night." "Are you planning on using that whip on me?" he asked, nibbling on her ear. She tried wriggling away, but his grip on her was tight. She giggled. "I will if you don't behave yourself." She couldn't believe her luck in having the only man she loved back in her life. After everything she had been through in the years they were apart, she was now truly happy. Chapter 26. Seeing it was late, Alexis wanted to go to bed, leaving Jackson to enjoy himself with the others. It was the night before their wedding day. He was having a good time, and she insisted he stay. She also knew he wouldn't be long coming to bed. Reading a magazine, she laid it down when the door opened 2 hours later. Jackson stumbled in, hitting his shin on the end table. He let out a howl. She covered her mouth, trying to hold back a chuckle. Never had she known him to be intoxicated before. He swayed, a goofy grin plastered on his face when he saw she was still awake.
"Baby, oh, I'm going to rock your world,"
he hiccuped.
"Just stop moving, okay?" He removed his shirt, tossing it on the floor. He then undid his pants, pulling them down, lifted his one leg as he attempted to pull it out of the pant leg. But wobbling, he lost his balance and ended up falling, landing on his rear.
Scooting over to the side of the bed and looking down at Jackson, she giggled. "Are you all right?" she asked. Getting out of bed, she went over to help him up. Instead of getting to his feet, he pulled her down on top of him. But Alexis squirmed out of his grip. Standing over him, she shook her head. "Get up and into bed," she said, smiling. Standing up, he held onto her for support as she helped him to bed and pulled the covers over him, the way a mother would to a sleeping child. Brushing the hair away from his forehead, she bent down and kissed his cheek. To her, he now didn't look so tough. Her heart swelled with love for this man, the man who always was coming to her rescue, the one who could set her body aflame with desire from just one kiss or one touch. Climbing into bed, moved close to him, laying her arm across his chest. She could feel the beating of his heart under her arm. When he moved his head to look at her, the smell of booze hit her hard, and the taste of it was bitter in her mouth when he leaned over and kissed her. But the feel of his velvety, soft lips on hers had her forgetting about the taste of booze. Kicking the blanket away, he moved on top of her. His mouth going to her neck, he began kissing. "You taste so delicious," he murmured into her neck. Just the feel of Jackson on top had her moaning. His hard member pressed against her got her squirming in anticipation of what was to come. But then he stopped moving, and she realized he had fallen asleep, passed out. Hearing his light snoring, she groaned as she was being crushed under his weight. After struggling for what seemed like forever, she managed to wiggle out from under him and rolled him onto his back. Her eyes widened when she saw he had a boner. Chuckling, she covered him with the blanket. What a waste of a good boner, she thought to herself, knowing she was going to torment him about it later on. Jackson woke up in the early morning, holding his head as it pounded. His mind was in a fog. The last thing he remembered was being helped upstairs and seeing Alexis in bed made some stupid remark about rocking her world. God, talking to her like he sounded like a horny teenager. She must think I'm a fool, he thought to himself. He jerked his head towards the door when it opened, causing a sharp pain to shoot through his neck right up into his head. But he felt better when Alexis walked in, and he could smell the fresh coffee she was carrying, and though it pained him to do so, smiled at her when she walked towards him. "Oh, baby, did I make a complete fool of myself when I came to bed?" She handed him his coffee and some aspirins and giggled. She sat on the edge of the bed. "No, actually, you were quite amusing," she answered. "Oh man, did I make a pass?" he asked as he swallowed the pills and took a sip of the coffee, burning his tongue in the process.
You said you were going to rock my world, and then you passed out right on top of me, and just when I was getting into it. Looking over, she reached up, running her hand through his hair. "How's your head? If you want, we can postpone the wedding for another day when you're feeling better."
Setting the cup down on the night table, he pulled Alexis into his arms. "We're getting married today. Nothing is going to stop us from becoming man and wife. How about I rock your world now since I didn't last night?" Pulling her down into the bed, he kissed her neck, his hand moving to the buttons on her shirt, undoing one at a time until her top was open.
"Jackson, wait. Not now, okay?"
"Why not now?" he asked, his mouth moving to the top of her breasts. Placing her hands on his chest kept him from doing what he so obviously wanted to do. "We have to wait. There's so much to do. My dress needs the final touches, and your breath reeks of stale alcohol." He immediately pulled away, putting his hand to his mouth to breathe on it, scrunched up his face. "Oh God, you're right, I stink." She had to laugh at the face he was making. "Go take your shower, and I'll see you later this afternoon." "Wait a minute. What do you mean you'll see me later?" His heart skipped a beat. Surely she wasn't going to stay away from him till the wedding. No way, he wasn't going to allow that to happen. Licking her bottom lip, she smiled. "Yes, later. I've got things to do. The girls and I are going into town for a spa day. Then we're getting our hair done, makeup, the whole works. You want me to look beautiful for our wedding, don't you?" Going over, grabbed her, drawing her in close. "You could show up in a brown paper bag, and you'd still be the most beautiful woman in the world." Not caring about the state of his breath, his lips came down hard on her lips, his kiss deep, tongue moving inside her mouth, exploring. She melted into him, moaning softly, loving the feel of his mouth on hers, loving the feel of his body pressed against hers, feeling him growing hard. Hands around her waist, he picked her up. "Take a shower with me before you go," he said as he moved his lips along her neck, lightly sucking as he headed towards the bathroom. Jackson stopped short when they heard a voice boom out loudly. "Put her down this instant." Tina's voice rang out, eyeing the couple, Jackson in only a pair of briefs and Alexis with her legs around his waist. Setting her down, he growled at Tina. "Christ, Tina, don't you ever knock." "No," she answered as she boldly walked over, took hold of Alexis's arm, started dragging her away. "There will be plenty of time for all that later, Jackson." Alexis looked back at Jackson and shrugged her shoulders, turned and left with Tina. She was disappointed about not being with him, but also knew they had a lifetime ahead of them. Jackson grumbled to himself as he lathered himself up with soap. This could have been Alexis washing him if Tina hadn't interfered. The very thought of what they could have been doing to one another got him hard. Well, after the wedding, he would bring her up here and finish what he had started, and to hell with the party. The others could enjoy themselves. He sure would when he got her alone. Later, he joined Spike and the others downstairs. The place was already decorated, the food ready, and one of the women made a small wedding cake. It was going to be a simple wedding, much like the one Spike and Tina had. Only this time they wouldn't all be sporting guns and other weapons and wouldn't have to worry about any danger. The women were done getting their hair and nails done. After the facials, they were getting ready to go back when a man bumped into Alexis, causing her to drop the package she was carrying. He bent down to help her pick it up. Not speaking, he just smiled when he handed her the package, then turned and walked away. She watched him leave. There was something familiar about him, but couldn't put her finger on it. He had long dark brown hair, a beard, and wearing dark glasses. His clothes consisted of faded ripped jeans and a hoodie, and he walked with a limp.
You okay?
One of the girls asked when she saw the concerned look on Alexis's face. That man, I feel as if I should know him, she answered. The woman, Jean, looked over at the stranger who was rounding the corner, disappearing from sight. No, it's only a bum.
Yeah, you're right, she replied, yet she couldn't shake the strange feeling that overcame her. Well, she wasn't going to worry about it. She had a wedding to get ready for and was anxious to become Jackson's wife once again, and for the last time.
Back home, they snuck Alexis up the back way so that Jackson wouldn't see her. When he attempted to sneak into the bedroom, Tina was there to stop him. No way, Buster, she said, and ushered him away. Damn it, Tina. I just want 1 minute with her, he snapped.
You can wait another 2 hours, Jackson. Alexis is getting ready, and I don't need you messing up her hair or makeup. Now go before I have Spike and the others drag you downstairs and tie you up.
You're a real bitch, do you know that? He added playfully. Yeah, I love you too, Jackson. She reached up, kissing him on the cheek. The men waited downstairs, all dressed in their finest clothes, Jackson pacing back and forth, anxiously waiting for the moment she would walk into the room. Upstairs, Tina zipped up Alexis's dress and turned her around. Jackson is going to flip when he sees how beautiful you look. I'll go down and make sure everyone is in place. Tina, she called out, tell Jackson I love him. Tina gave her a huge smile. I will. Now wait 15 minutes and come down. When you hear the music come out from around the corner. Waving to Alexis, she left the room. After telling everyone to take their place, she told Jackson what Alexis had said. She loves you. How is she? He asked, his palms sweating. Nervous, but excited about marrying you. Turning to Spike, told him to start the music. They waited, no sign of Alexis. Jackson started to sweat. Where is she? He asked, looking at Tina. I don't know. Maybe there's a problem. I'll go up and see what's keeping her. Tina turned and sprinted out of the room. Returning a few minutes later, her face white as a ghost. She's gone. What the fuck do you mean she's gone? Jackson screamed. She's not up there. I found this note on the table. With a hand that shook, she handed Jackson the note. Chapter 27. Grabbing the note from Tina, Jackson read what was written. A dark shade of red formed above his collar, moving up to his face. Taking the note, he tossed it across the room, cursing. That son of a bitch. I should have killed him when I had the chance. Spike picked up the note and read it. Hey pal, I've got something that belongs to you. If you want her to live, come to the tower, alone and unarmed. Your partner, Steve. Fuck Jackson. I thought he was locked up. How the hell did he escape? Spike said, watching as Jackson stuck a gun in the waistband of his pants, sticking a switchblade in his sock. You can't go up there alone. He whirled on Spike. No, if I don't go alone, he will kill her. I know the man. He's more than willing to die, but he'll make sure she does too. I can't take that chance. The rest of you stay out of this. It's between me and Steve. Alexis was sitting on the cold cement floor, her hands tied behind her back, glaring at Steve, who had managed to sneak up behind her, knocking her over the head and carrying her up to this cold, damp room. That was you, the one who bumped into me in town. I thought there was something familiar about you.
Yeah, that was me all right.
You're all dressed up, why? Steve asked. Jackson and I are getting married, and we still will once he kills you, she hissed at him. She never really liked him from the beginning. There was something off about the man, but Jackson had said he trusted him. What a mistake that was, she thought. Steve squatted down in front of her, a big mistake on his part. Alexis lifted her foot, and with the heel of her shoe kicked him in the chest. He stumbled backward. It knocked the wind out of him, giving her the chance to get up. The door was ajar, so she kicked it open and was about to flee, but Steve caught her, and with the strength of two men flung her to the ground. She landed hard, hitting her head against the wall. Stars danced behind her eyes. Grabbing some rope, he tied her legs together, breathing hard as he wiped the sweat from his brow, cursing. Little bitch, this should stop you from trying anything else. He then got down on the floor behind Alexis, spreading his legs so that she sat between them. Now we wait, he whispered in her ear. They didn't have long to wait. The door opened wider and Jackson walked in. His breath caught in the back of his throat when he saw Alexis on the ground, tied up, and Steve behind her, holding a gun to her head. Ah, Jackson, I hear I've interrupted your wedding day. What a shame there won't be one. He moved his mouth against her ear. Can't marry a corpse, can you, love? Alexis, baby, did he hurt you? He asked, staring into her eyes. I'm all right, she whimpered. Let her go, Steve. It's me you want. He turned his attention back onto Steve. There was nothing he could do as long as Alexis was sitting in front of him. I told you to come unarmed, but I'll bet you didn't. Drop it, Jackson, he said as he released the safety on his gun. Jackson held up his hands. Okay, take it easy. He pulled the gun out from his pocket and tossed it on the floor, then kicked it to the other side of the room. The rest of them now. Don't play fucking games with me, or I'll kill her, Steve yelled. Reaching behind, took the gun from the back of his waistband and threw it with the other one. His left eye twitching, he growled. There, you got me. Now let the girl go. Shit, man, do you think I'm stupid? I need this little lady to help me get out of here alive. Once I'm far from here, I'll let her go, Steve barked, pointing the gun at Jackson's chest. It didn't have to end like this, Jackson, but you just had to tip off the cops about the drugs, letting me rot in jail for the rest of my life. At least I let you live. Now I know I should have killed you. With one arm around Alexis's chest, he put his finger on the trigger, ready to pull it when she moved her head forward, then slammed it back into Steve's face. Blood squirted, and the sound of his nose breaking could be heard. Letting go of Alexis, she wriggled away. Jackson tore the knife from his sock, and opening the blade tossed it, landing deep in Steve's neck.
Eyes wide with horror.
He tried pulling the knife out, blood filling his mouth as he choked on it, dying within seconds. Jackson, Alexis cries, shaking him from the trance he was drawn into. Dashing over, pulled her into his arms, his mouth warm on hers when he kissed her. Drawing away, he untied her feet and turning her around untied the rope, freeing her hands. She wrapped her arms around him as she broke down and cried. His arms held her tight against him, and she buried her face in his chest. It's all over, baby. You're safe now. A tremor shook his body, realizing how close he had come to losing her again, never wanting to let her go again. Spike and some of the others came rushing in, stopping short when they saw the knife in Steve's throat. Is she all right? Spike asked with concern heavy in his voice. Jackson turned to him. She's in shock. Let's get her home and call the cops. They will be looking for him. Taking his jacket off, put it around her shoulders. Back at the safe house. Downstairs, Tina made Alexis some hot tea. Jackson never left her side for a moment. Sat with her while the police took her statement and the others. No charges were laid since it was in self-defense. Good thing they didn't know what all took place weeks ago, or they would all be serving years' worth of time in prison. Police were gone and Jackson, taking her hand, pulled her to her feet. Let's get you upstairs and into bed." "No," she cried. "I want to get married." He looked from her to the others, then back at her, his heart overflowing with love for the woman in front of him. "After all you've been through, you still want to? We could wait until tomorrow when you're more up to it." "I've waited long enough." A thought crossed her mind, and she pulled away. Fear racked her body, and she began to shake. "Oh God, you changed your mind. You no longer want to marry me." A single tear slid down her cheek. Pulling her back to him, he took her face in his one hand, looking lovingly into her eyes. "There's nothing I want more than to marry you." He wiped her tears away with his thumb. He turned to the others and smiled. "Let's get this wedding going." Tina jumped up and clapped her hands. "Yes," she exclaimed excitedly. "But first, let's get you cleaned up a bit." Alexis turned to Jackson. "She's right, my hair's a mess, my dress is dirty and has blood spattered on it." Her heart sank. She had wanted to look perfect for him, and now it was ruined. "I can't get married looking like this," she cried. "Baby, you look beautiful," he said. Tina grabbed her arm, jerking her out of Jackson's grip. "We won't be long. I have a dress she can wear."
"Alexis, wait."
Pulling her back into his arms, he kissed her and pulling away smiled. "This is a beautiful dress you have on. Sorry it got ruined. But if you wore an old paper bag, I would still think you were the most beautiful woman alive." She wanted to cry. His words touched her, and she knew he meant them. "I won't be long." Kissing him, she fled the room. Returning 45 minutes later, wearing another long white dress, her hair and makeup fixed, she was beaming, her face glowing. Jackson stood there with his mouth open, taking in her beauty as she walked towards him. When the vows were said, and they were pronounced husband and wife, he leaned down as his mouth came crashing down on hers in a deep and passionate kiss, one that left her breathless. Since she had gone to so much trouble getting ready for the wedding, he begrudgingly stayed and partied for a couple of hours. Dancing, he put his hand to the small of her back, crushing her into him. Hearing her moaning softly, he knew he couldn't wait any longer, so scooping her up, he yelled at the others they were leaving. Sounds of whistling and howling could be heard as they left the room. Kicking the door open, he carried her inside where he sat her down. The room had been lit with candles, a bottle of champagne was chilling in an ice bucket, and soft romantic music was playing. "Oh, Jackson, did you do all this?" Standing behind her with his arm around her waist, lips moving along her long, slender neck. "You like?" he asked, pulling the zipper down on the dress she wore. Wiggling from his grip, turned, placing her hand on his chest. "Give me a minute to freshen up. Pour us a glass of champagne." Pouting, he growled, "Damn it, you're fresh enough." He attempted to take her back in his arms, but she sidestepped him. "Down, tiger, I'll only be a minute." Giving him a coy look, walked away, disappearing into the bathroom. Removing his tie and jacket, grumbled to himself as he poured the drinks. Why do women always have to freshen up? Becoming impatient, he hollered out, "If you don't hurry, Mrs. Foley, I'm coming in after you." He almost dropped the glasses when he saw her standing there. She had on this skimpy see-through white teddy, long white stockings that went all the way up her thighs, and high heels. A small black whip in her hands, the one the women had given her. "Mr.
Foley, behave or I might have to whip you with this." She smacked the whip softly against her hand.
He swallowed hard, his eyes almost popping out of his head. "I have something to whip you with, my beautiful young bride," he smirked, moving closer. "Do you now?" she said playfully. "And what might that be?" She watched as he removed his pants, edging closer to her. She burst out laughing when, reaching her, picked her up and flung her on the bed.
"I'll show you in a minute,"
he said as he slowly rolled down one stocking at a time, kissing her leg as he moved back up to remove the other one. The heels were being tossed across the room and landing with a thump on the floor. With his lips pressing down on her mouth, he slipped his tongue between her lips as his hand moved down her body, reaching the top of the lace panties, moved inside her. She was wet, ready for him, but first he pleasured her, her moans becoming louder the faster he stroked inside her. The feel of her warm mouth on his body was driving him mad with desire. He was done playing. It was time to give them both the release they craved. Ripping the teddy from her sweat-drenched body got on top. Her nails dug into his flesh when he thrust his throbbing shaft into her, making her scream out his name. Sweat dripping off him, he rolled off and onto his side, one hand fondling her breasts that were heaving up and down rapidly. His heart melted when she looked at him, giving him a smile that lit up her face. Chapter 28. Epilogue. Waking before Jackson, she looked down at his naked body and became aroused. His body was magnificent, toned and muscular, hairless chest and well endowed. She snickered as she climbed on top and started kissing his neck, waiting for him to wake. When there was no sign of movement, she started squirming, and there it was, at least part of him was waking up. She looked down at him, disappointed. "Jackson," she whined. He lay there, trying not to smile or make a move, but when she started grinding into him, he couldn't stop his body from responding. And hearing the disappointment in her voice, he just couldn't keep her waiting. Hell, he wasn't able to wait. Wrapping his arms around her rolled Alexis onto her back. They spent the morning making love. The very thought of leaving the warm bed was hard to do. But they were heading home to start their new lives as husband and wife. The gang waited downstairs for Jackson and Alexis to have one last meal with the couple who they all considered part of their family. After a tearful goodbye and promises to keep in touch, they drove off, his arm around her as she wiped the tears away. He was anxious to get home. He and Alexis talked for hours about the future. He would start a new business, a school for self-defense. He had the money and know how to make it happen. With the investments he had, he was a very wealthy man and could afford to take life easy. He would get the school started, then after a few months would hire a crew to take over. Alexis insisted on helping. She would take care of the paperwork. And because of his past life, he was always concerned that someone might recognize him and come after either himself or someone he loves. So Alexis would be given extensive training in self-defense, and he would train her how to use every weapon known to man. She agreed to all this and was looking forward to it. 2 years later, Alexis proved to be almost as good as Jackson in the field of weaponry and self-defense. The school was a huge success, and he had to hire a crew of 10 to take over, giving him and Alexis time to spend together traveling and enjoying life. Their love and passion grew more with each passing day. He could never get enough of her or the sweet love they shared. Time had healed all wounds from her past. What Milo had done to her was now a faded memory. Her nightmares were gone thanks to Jackson's love and understanding. She was now able to move on to the next stage of their marriage and gave him the best gift of all time, giving birth to twin sons named Jake and Nick. Life for the two was spent loving each other, and the 2 boys. Life was good and never boring. Not saying they didn't have their ups and downs, but did end up happy ever after.
If you enjoyed the story, please consider leaving a review to help others find the book.